we covered that summer house stuff.
Oh, summer house.
That none of us really knew anything about, but apparently is all the rage because it was all over social media. Well, John Hamm has weighed in.
Oh, good.
On this whole thing.
Go figure.
He was appearing on Watch What Happens Live when he was asked about his interaction with Ciara Miller at his Your Friends and Neighbors premiere. Hamm casually asked Miller how she was doing, not knowing the drama, and she simply replied, "I've been better." Looking back on that moment now, knowing what he knows about the fallout between Amanda Batula and West Wilson's secret relationship, John declared that he is Team Ciara for
He's
sure.
Team Ciara.
He is.
All right. Well, he has the relationship now.
Meanwhile, Andy Cohen addressed rumors that he already knew about the relationship, stating on his show, "I did not," while also sharing, "I really feel for Ciara Miller." Cohen further analyzed the couple's announcement, noting, "I was surprised by the statement. I was surprised by what it said, and I was surprised by what it didn't say."
You know, it's wild.
He said, "I have so many questions, and the reunion is coming up, and boy, do I have a lot of questions."
So I spent the time taking a deep dive on it yesterday, and it turns out I'm still as disinterested
All right.
as I was at the beginning of it.
You know what? Thank you for doing that for me.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. The Bravo verse
It's really nothing.
imploded yesterday.
I've had more impactful farts.
Has imploded yesterday following Amanda West's relationship reveal that would unravel the Summer House cast while Miller West's ex and Amanda's BFF hasn't commented publicly on the announcement. Insiders told TMZ Ciara actually got heads up days before the news from the couple themselves. So if that means something to you, good. I've done my job is done here.
You're a reporter.
All right. Have not uttered this name in a while. Kim Kardashian.
Oh!
I have purposely spent weeks out of the Jenner sphere.
baby.
Yeah.
Miss ya.
So Kim Kardashian and Kris Jenner, and I bring this up because of this, took an L in court day before yesterday over the infamous sex tape that effectively put Kim on the map. TMZ reports that a Los Angeles Superior Court judge denied Kim and Kris's request to seal certain documents, including the 2023 secret settlement that they made with Ray J, who, of course,
The end is purple.
quote unquote, starred in the film in the vid with Kim. The judge ruled that Kim and Kris failed to present enough evidence that the deal being made public would cause them harm. Ray J claimed in a suit against the reality stars that he was paid $6 million to keep quiet about the tape forever, but they violated the deal by talking about the tape in an episode of their Hulu show. Now, an unredacted version of the deal must be filed with the court.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah, so we might be getting details about that.
I remember when it first happened, when the video first became available, an entire website popped up. We had to join the website to watch the video. And then there came the rumors that they struck this deal.
Yeah.
And that everyone was going to benefit financially from this video being released.
It's a pretty boring tape.
Other than the sex part?
If I recall, like it's not very engaging. It's just kind of like
You know what she's doing, by the
boring.
way, Marissa, throughout the whole thing? She's chewing gum.
Yeah.
But as
But
long
and so is he.
It was great. It was graphic sex.
Yeah,
I
well,
mean,
you get what you paid
what
for.
happens for
Oh, yeah.
sure.
maybe I only saw part of it then.
Yeah.
Maybe I have
Now,
to go back.
what I recall, remember about it is, it was graphic, and she's definitely sexy, but he is such a douchebag.
Complete douchebag.
A total friggin' douchebag. Like, because he's talking to the camera, and he's like so cool, and I'm watching, and I'm like, do girls like, you know what I mean? 'Cause
She did.
To me, I'd
Yeah.
be like, dude, okay, never mind.
Well, you remember
But,
the Paris Hilton sex tape was kind of that way,
Oh,
too. It was
God,
like,
that
listen
guy-
to this deep end.
Yeah.
You
Check it
know?
out.
Yeah. All right, well, moving on to other great stuff. Former Real Housewives of Salt Lake City star Jen Shaw sat for her first post-prison interview with people, saying that she takes full responsibility for her fraud conviction, admitting, "I was wrong. I made wrong decisions." She acknowledged ignoring huge red flags and blurring ethical boundaries, while also saying that she trusted the wrong people at a very vulnerable time. Shaw said that personal struggles, including family loss, marital issues, and depression, affected her judgment, but emphasized they are not an excuse. Reflecting on prison, she pushed back on its camp cupcake reputation, saying at the end of the day, it's prison. Now back home, she says that she is focused on making amends and repaying over $6.5 million.
Did you mention anything about Summer House?
She did not. There was no comment on Summer House. in this.
I'm curious to get her angle on it.
Yeah.
But she said, I'm sorry. I've made it my mission to make sure that people are paid back. So she's trying to make amends, I guess. All right, so they can't be called rumors anymore. Brooks Nader and Taron Egerton, or Egerton. What do you guys say?
I say Egerton.
Egerton, okay. Taron Egerton were seen getting very close this week after more than a month of whispers that the two were dating. They were photographed together at Shutters on the Beach in Santa Monica earlier this week, where they were seen embracing, kissing, and keeping close to each other during the outing.
So years ago, I went to Shutters. I didn't realize it was. My wife and I were taking a nice, it was when we did the Pacific Coast Highway, the trip down from wine country down all the way down. And the last hotel we stayed at was Shutters. And we go in for brunch, and I'm thinking, this seems to be like a happening place. Salma Hayek walks in.
Oh, my God.
I'm like, I guess it is a place.
Did you tell her I said hi?
Oh, maybe case.
Yeah.
Looking phenomenal.
I believe it.
Yeah. I'm talking about you.
Nothing official from either of them yet, but the pictures do speak volumes. And while speculation has been at a fever pitch as to whether Zendaya and Tom Holland did or didn't get married, neither has said anything either way yet. But during an interview recently, the actress explained why they've stayed silent about the rumors. She said, I hear it, but I also have my own little boundaries of what I like to bring up and talk about, but then also what I'm also willing to share, She said, I just try to find the balance in the middle there. She added that she understands the interest in their relationship, but doesn't feel the need for everyone to know everything. She said there's a balance between hiding and then also just like living your life and enjoying your life and protecting things that are special to yourself.
You know what you just stated? That's the philosophy of Summer House, Preston. She's in a movie with Robert Pattinson, and I've been reading about this movie, and apparently there is a plot twist in this movie that is infuriating people.
Oh, really?
And some people love it, and it appears to be just a regular romance, a dramatic romance. Can you look up for the title of that, Marissa?
It's called The Drama.
The Drama.
Yeah.
There you go. The Drama's The Drama.
And who's in it with her?
Robert Pattinson.
Okay.
She's in it.
Okay.
And there's something that happens.
Is
the
it out
movie.
now?
I believe.
Coming out.
Yeah,
Because
coming
they've been
out.
doing a lot of press.
A lot of press for it. And apparently it's causing walkouts.
Oh.
Wow.
Oh,
Okay.
it opens this Friday. I know she went to Vegas and showed up at people's weddings at the Little White Chapel
Yeah?
and was just their
That's fun.
witness.
Oh, that's
yeah,
cool.
out of the blue.
Wow.
It's cute.
Okay. But I guess maybe these are at advanced screenings and people aren't liking it.
I assume that's it, yeah.
Okay. But she said about keeping things to themselves, she said, I think everyone kind of has to do that in some way. This is Instagram official. Florence Pugh and Finn Cole. The actress shared a carousel post on Instagram, which featured a photo of the couple at the Bulgari Ecletsia high-end collection launch event in Milan, Italy. And Cole also debuted Pugh on his Instagram, sharing a photo of her posing while sitting on a couch at the event.
I love her.
He also included a photo of himself and Pugh posing with Bulgari CEO Laura Berdiz. The pair first started sparking dating rumors when they were spotted together at Glastonbury Festival in July 2024. 3 months later, Pugh revealed that she was dating someone, though it was not confirmed at the time. So it looks like these guys are.
I approve. This is us approved.
I don't know who Finn Cole is.
Me neither.
Yeah. but apparently he's somebody.
You know what I saw? The movie she did with Andrew Garfield where she's fighting cancer?
Oh, I didn't see it.
Yeah, I forget the title of it. I'm forgetting everything these days, but really likable performances, and she's terrific.
Yeah, she's solid, man. She's a really good actress.
I like how naked she is in Oppenheimer.
Okay.
A lot.
A lot.
Yeah, a lot of just sitting there dialogue nude. I'm a big fan of that.
You like that?
Yeah. I'm a big fan, Press.
Okay.
I like it that.
You know what movie I didn't finish and I need to go back to was the one with her and Chris Pine. It's almost kind of Stepford Wives-ish.
Yes, it was directed by
Beautiful Darling or something like that.
Oh, yeah.
I forgot.
Oh, wait,
Olivia.
Olivia Munn.
Olivia Munn.
No,
No,
Olivia
that
Munn.
wasn't
That
Chris
wasn't-
Pine. That was Harry Styles. Was it?
Yes.
Or am I
No,
misremembering?
he's right.
Chris
Chris
Pine
Pine
is
is
the
the
head.
charismatic leader
He's
of
the
this
leader.
show.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't say they were a couple together.
Sorry,
but-
my bad.
No, but
I finished it.
Olivia Diablo? Diablo? Diablo
No,
Cody. is
Olivia
her name.
Wilde.
Olivia Wilde.
Oh, she did direct it.
Yeah, she did
Okay.
direct it, and she wrote it.
Was it
Yeah.
good?
It has an O. Henry type plot twist at the end. I thought it was better than the critics kind of railed against it.
Okay.
I thought it was bad. I watched it all the way to the end.
Let's see what else I have here for you. Eugene Meerman, who portrays Gene Belcher in the long-running animated hit Bob's Burgers, was badly injured in a car accident yesterday. The comedian, who also starred in the hit comedy series Flight of the Conchords, was pulled from his car after crashing into the Bedford Toll Plaza in Bedford, New Hampshire shortly before noon on Tuesday, causing it to catch on fire
Yeah, I saw
with
the
him being
pictures.
trapped inside.
The crash scene looks really bad.
He was pulled from the wreckage by bystanders, including New Hampshire Governor Kelly Oyeti and a veteran state trooper assigned to her detail. No charges have been filed. The crash remains under investigation, but yeah, it was pretty nasty. So hopefully he's going to be okay. Donald Glover has offered a promising update on the long-awaited Community movie, reassuring fans that progress is being made. In a recent chat with Entertainment Weekly, he said, "We're working on it right now." And he also expressed optimism about what's ahead, saying, "I know everybody's been saying that for forever, and I swear to you, I'm not lying about this. I really think that something is going to happen soon." News of the film adaptation of the cult classic sitcom goes back as far as 2022, being ordered by Peacock, with the return of most of the show's stars: Joel McHale, Alison Brie, Jillian Jacobs, Jim Rash, Ken Jeong, Yvette Nicole Brown, and others.
The movie's clearly a director's streaming. It's not going to be a theatrical release, right?
I would assume. I don't know.
Did you ever watch the show?
No.
It was good. I jumped in and out of it. I
Yeah.
wasn't like there is a hardcore fan base for Community, but there is I know the legendary stories of how what a nightmare Chevy Chase was on that set.
Oh, that's what that show was. All right. So I remember all the
Chevy
conversation
Chase stuff,
about it. Yeah. All right, so Zach Shields and Zach Kreger are set to co-write the prequel to the hit horror film Weapons following the movie's massive critical success. The upcoming project, currently titled Gladys, expands the story of the Oscar-nominated original horror film, which grossed more than $270 million worldwide, and Amy Madigan, who portrayed the witchy Aunt Gladys, earned her first Oscar for her performance, further boosting interest in the prequel's direction.
This is one of those movies that I hadn't seen, and then I listened to you two talk about it, and I was like, okay, if you guys both agreed the way you did about how good this was, I was like, I have to, and then I watched it, and I don't like scary movies.
I know.
This I loved.
Really?
I loved it, and then I made my son. So my son and his friend, they came down to Clearwater, and we were supposed to play golf, and we did. But my son then ended up getting sick, so we spent a lot of time in the hotel room together, and I made them watch it. They loved it, dude. Because they're like, and I don't want to necessarily call them jump scares, but there were a couple of jumpy type of scares. Like listening to them and watching them react to it. Like they were like, because they're 18-year-old men, but they were reacting to things like they were in 8th grade.
Super well done.
Yes, it
I'm
is.
thrilled that we're going to get, because we both said when we were talking about the movie, I'd love to find out where she comes from, what that story is that gets her to this place. But if you've ever watched the movie, and if you're familiar with it, the fork scene.
Oh, my God.
Oh, dude.
It's just one of the most amazing.
It's nasty.
The
Yeah,
fork
it's
scene,
nasty.
and then even though, like a couple of the Wong scenes, the Wong
Yeah. Oh, my God.
God.
gas
Yeah.
station scene and the Wong kitchen scene.
It's-
Like, dude.
I agree. It has a uniqueness to it in its storytelling as well, from different perspectives.
Yeah.
Which is really cool. Which takes it beyond just a horror film or whatever you want to call it. But I was really intrigued with that movie, and also it's one of those movies when I was sitting there a couple times going, dude, this is effed up. This is effed up.
So I have to recommend Barbarian, which is Zach Kreger's movie prior to this.
Yeah.
It is effed up as well. It's not as good as Weapons, but it is effed up.
But you're right, because the character, and this is not spoiling anything, kind of comes out of nowhere.
Yeah.
And you don't really get any background on this person. And so I think this is a story worth exploring.
Yeah,
for
especially
sure.
with her.
Yeah, so with producers returning and momentum building, the new installment aims to build on the impact of weapons while exploring its chilling backstory. David Kreger is also set to release his adaptation of Resident Evil coming out on September 18th of this year. So we'll see. I thought this is cool to see. The Jimmy Stewart biopic has a release date. Burns and Company Entertainment is partnering with Fathom Entertainment for the U.S. theatrical distribution of Jimmy. That's what it's called, Jimmy.
What else do you call it?
KJ Apa stars as the Oscar winner, with the film following Stewart going from winning the Academy Award for The Philadelphia Story to serving as a combat pilot and commander in World War II.
I watched the trailer for it. It looks really well done. The guy playing Jimmy Stewart has those qualities, so I hope it's good.
Yeah, and for those who are younger than us, may not know, Jimmy Stewart was he was Tom Hanks before Tom Hanks.
Oh, and then some.
And he was like the beloved actor that just could do no wrong, and he seemed like a wonderful person too. You know,
just beloved, and it's all earned. I mean, he was a legitimate war hero. He was a legitimate good guy. There's a scene that's making the rounds on a clip on social media, and it's of Carol Burnett on one of the anniversary shows.
I saw it.
You've seen it, right?
He came out playing. It was a surprise to her.
Surprise.
It was the final show. It was the last Carol Burnett show, and they surprised Carol with Jimmy Stewart playing a song on piano, and he was very funny too.
Yeah, he was
especially in his latter years. He would do, Steve, you would know, he would do the talk show circuit. He would go on Carson, and he had these little semi-dirty poems that he would write, and they were hilarious.
Yeah.
He would say things like, that goddamn stare. You know, like it would be an old man mad at a stare that he would trip on all the time. And it was so funny. So I think it's great that he's getting the biopic treatment. Cara Kilmer, Neil McDonough, Max Casella, Jason Alexander, and Christopher McDonald will also star.
You know what I just realized? The guy playing Jimmy Stewart is from Riverdale.
Oh, is he? Okay,
Yeah.
I don't know that.
He's
Jughead?
Archie.
He's Archie?
Basically.
No kidding.
Could you do a check on that, Marissa?
So his name is KJ Apa, A-P-A.
Yeah, that's him. It's got to be.
The film,
I had no idea.
The film hits theaters on November 6th. Fathom is also bringing It's a Wonderful Life back to theaters beginning on December 18th for its 80th anniversary.
Amazing.
Yeah, he's Archie.
Okay.
There we go.
So Stewart filmed the movie after returning as a colonel from the war, meaning It's a Wonderful Life. So that is, it has a release date. It doesn't say here, though. It gives all the information.
The whole story's about the release.
But the release
Oh,
date.
headline.
That's crazy. What are you, morons? I swear to God, I'm going to kick your balls up in your chest. Sons of bitches.
Hey, Jimmy.
I fought in the... What?
It sounds like November 6th is when it's hitting.
Okay.
And you're Marissa, right?
Yeah. We've never met before.
Are you familiar with...
Very little.
Okay.
What's a Christmas movie he's
It's
in?
It's a Wonderful Life.
Yep, that one. Never seen it.
It's
It's
kind
one
of
of them.
barely a Christmas movie, though.
Well, it's become the classic. If you want to see his range, he's in a movie that was considered a complete pot boiler, sexy. It involved, rape. It's called Anatomy of a Murder. He is a defense attorney down south. It was directed by the great Otto Preminger. George C. Scott is the prosecuting attorney, and he is sensational.
Yeah.
He goes, you removed your panties.
Really?
Stuff that was considered very provocative.
That you wouldn't hear coming out of Jimmy Stewart's mouth. I like that.
Did he finger blast you?
Oh, my God. Did he diddle with your nipples?
Yeah, I like that. I like when a chick chews on my nips. Gets me off. In fact, it's hard to keep things from exploding, if you know what I'm saying.
And as he got older, he would start to stammer a little bit, Marissa, in his delivery. And, what are you saying? That was always a trademark.
I'm going to shoot. I just love nipple play.
Oh, my God. Maybe that'll be in the movie. That's coming out in November, so heads up. Anne Hathaway's latest role as a pop star in the upcoming A24 film Mother Mary comes with singing original songs. She just dropped her next track. It's called My Mouth is Lonely for You.
She can sing.
The new song was written by her co-star FKA Twigs. Marks the second release from the film's soundtrack following Burial and highlights Hathaway's continued foray into music-driven roles.
She played Catwoman.
Directed by David Lowery, the project has been described as a thrilling psychosexual pop opera.
She was really great. And did you see the movie version of Les Mis?
Just portions of it.
And she's got a small part in it, but an important part.
The soundtrack drops April 17th ahead of the film's wide release on its April 24th premiere.
I will say that Hugh Jackman should have won the Oscar for that. I don't remember who won for that particular year, but he was amazing.
Pretty amazing.
In that movie. Yeah.
Russell Crowe was...
I hated it. I thought he ruined the movie. And I love Russell Crowe, and I think he's a great actor, but...
didn't quite work.
No. And he's not a bad singer. He just wasn't great in that movie. Yeah. He was singing out of his nose the whole movie.
Oh.
Yeah.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Okay. David Fincher's 1999 classic Fight Club, with, of course, Brad Pitt and Edward Norton, is going to get a one-day re-release to theaters before getting a shiny new 4K Ultra HD release.
I want to fight you.
The film, which also stars Helena Bonham Carter and Meatloaf, is based on novel by Chuck Palahniuk. How do you say his name? Palahniuk?
I think I might be Palahniuk, yeah.
And will receive a one-night-only theatrical re-release on April 22nd, followed by the 4K Ultra HD Steelbook release on May 12th. I know that has a cult
You don't
audience.
talk about Fight Club, you crumb bum.
That is a cult audience as well.
Did you remember the first time you saw the movie?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was weird.
It was weird. And then when you
but
get
interesting.
it and you know what's really going on, you can reappreciate it.
And you know what? I didn't go back for a second viewing knowing the thing, and so maybe that'd be worth going back.
It's a movie that I watch whenever it's on.
Sort of the same thing happens in The Sixth Sense when you see it one way and then you see it the other way and you're looking for clues.
Even when you know the secret, the next viewing is good because you're like, oh, now, okay.
I never realized.
They were telegraphing these things and I didn't pick up on it. So, all right, I was happy to see this. Amadeus is one of my all-time favorite movies.
It's a terrific movie.
Sky's limited series, Amadeus, is set to debut in the U.S. on May 8th on Starz, based on Peter Shaffer's play. Now, the 5-part drama stars Will Sharp as Mozart and Paul Bettany as Salieri, which should be pretty interesting.
They had originally talked to Stallone for that role.
No, Shut up.
That's pretty. I like how you play that.
Yeah.
Fingers going dinky, 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 dinky.
I
hate that son of a bitch.
Gabrielle Creevy will be portraying Constance Weber.
The question is, Amadeus is a perfect movie.
It's excellent.
So, do we need this?
I guess just as an update for a younger audience, maybe to present the story. I don't know. I mean, Rocky. Stop it.
No? Okay.
Not Rocky.
You're talking about the dude from Animal House. That guy?
No. The guy who plays Salieri.
F. Murray
Abraham is so incredibly brilliant.
And the movie
is
really his story.
It is his story.
Yeah. And how he is in the presence of genius.
Yes, and his jealousy it consumes him.
And he himself is good. But it's like when you're George Harrison and the Beatles and Paul McCartney and John Lennon are there, it's got to be frustrating.
The story follows Mozart's arrival in 18th century Vienna as he seeks creative freedom, clashing with Salieri, who becomes consumed by jealousy over Mozart's talent.
Hello, a lot of you like harpsichord music, but I don't like it much. None neither. Chamber music, I don't get it.
Yes. Oh, we can only hope that would happen.
My name is Salamieri.
Salamieri. The rivalry escalates into a decades-long obsession, culminating in a murder confession and a desperate attempt by Salieri to become a part of Mozart's legacy.
I mean, the fact that, like, I think about this, like, they didn't have the ability to record music.
Yes.
So, like, how do you learn how to play something when you don't have an ear to listen? You know, like, you're just looking at this.
Well,
Symbols on a piece of paper.
one of the classic scenes, in fact, there's a scene that gets pumped out all the time onto social media, is when he's dissecting Salieri's piece that he wrote. He goes, he's saying, "Oh, I think it'd be a little bit better like this," but and he's right on every call. But he's blessed with this gift.
Well, people read music.
Yeah.
I know that. I know that.
Yeah.
I don't. So therefore, I cannot comprehend.
If you were taught it, maybe you could wrap your mind around it. But yeah, it's amazing, and especially at the genius level that some of those people in history.
Yeah, Mozart, we're going to take that from the top. Roll that back, will you? They take liberties with the technology.
All right, let's play some clips now. So, a federal team must capture a group of serial killers who escaped prison in the hunting party. Here, Melissa Roxburgh has praises for her co-star Josh Dallas's ability to portray a psychopath.
But I think what has made Josh so great in this role is that he knows how to tap into like why someone's doing what they're doing. And he found that with Elliot.
Really?
Yeah. New episode of The Hunting Party will be on tonight, 10 p.m. That's on NBC.
I wanted to watch this show because it basically is like this is a facility for the world's most deranged serial killers and criminals.
Okay.
And it gets compromised. And so she's now sent to recollect them.
Okay.
And it looked pretty promising.
Here's our next clip. Grey's Anatomy is American television's longest-running medical drama. Here, Jake Borelli talks about returning to the show as a director after starring in it.
It's been a whirlwind past couple months, getting to go back on set, getting to really play with these characters that I've only really acted with. And so it was this wonderful opportunity to get to tell this story from a wider perspective.
New episode of Grey's Anatomy will be airing tonight, 10 p.m. That's on ABC.
That thing just keeps going.
Yeah.
And going.
You're right.
I've never seen more than 5 minutes of Grey's Anatomy.
When it first started, I was
you
really into
addicted?
it. Yeah, probably the first like 5 or 6 seasons. The McDreamy, the McSteamy,
Right.
all of that.
And then when did you tap out?
I think they had like a pretty big cast changeover.
Right.
After what was the one girl that nobody liked? The blonde.
Katherine Heigl.
Katherine Heigl left. And then I think all these younger doctors came in.
Yeah.
And Meredith Grey started becoming the like head of the hospital. I think that's where I fell off.
But you're right. It's one of those that's just been around forever now.
Yeah.
All right, that's our entertainment report. We got a few things happening on the program if you're just joining us today. We're going to have the Philadelphia Classical Guitar Society in the studio, including performer Ana Vidović. She is one of the premier classical guitarists in the country, maybe the world.
Well, she's talking about Amadeus and talking about being a prodigy, and that's her.
So she is stopping by in the 9 o'clock hour and will be performing for us, so it's really, really cool, too. We also have Derek Pitts at the Franklin Institute. Artemis 2 launched yesterday. Derek was one of the people that NASA was going to during the launch sequence to get his take on things.
He's awesome.
Yeah, so we'll chat with Derek in the 8 o'clock hour. And also, we're going to meet someone in around the Bizarre File that has an interesting opportunity for you if Pierre Robert is near and dear to you, and there is something that you want to hold and have to remember him with. We got a really cool thing.
This person actually kind of made it a mission to make sure that you could celebrate him this way.
Yeah, so we'll get to the details coming up in Bizarre File time around 8 o'clock ish. So why don't we take a quick break? Come back in a second. It's gray and gloomy, but we're going to change that for you, my friend. We'll turn things around with delightful conversation when we return. Stay with us.
Something to
but you know what, Steve? It's got that protective shell on the outside.
and it gives it cohesion.
God bless that shell.
Hang on a second here. Let me go to Garrett has a recipe. Hi, Garrett. Good morning.
Yo, good morning. Sorry to bother you guys at work.
Nah, brother. What's up?
Yeah, so check it out. So a couple years ago, I was getting creative in the kitchen, and I was making a grilled cheese, and I was like, you know what? I want to get a little creative here. So I scratched the cheese entirely, and I had some leftover buffalo chicken dip from the football game before, and I spread that on there, just made it like a normal grilled cheese. Actually, the same way Casey does. Like, I take the slab of butter, throw it down, then I kind of like mush it around a little bit. You know what I mean? Like, swirl it around. But, dude, I'm telling you, that is a banging sandwich.
So
I love buffalo.
I guess buffalo chicken dip has cream cheese in it, so that's technically in the cheese family.
Well, we throw some cheddar cheese in our buffalo chicken dip, too, so kind of we get in there.
Speaking as someone who has
Interesting. Thank
now
you, Garrett.
about 160 packets of Star-Kissed buffalo, I love that.
Buffalo tuna?
The buffalo tuna is great. The buffalo dip in
buffalo dip. I'm
every
sorry.
application. That buffalo flavor, whatever it is. You said it has cream cheese in it. I didn't know that.
The dips usually
Okay,
do.
yeah. Delicious.
I will say that Panera, they sometimes can hit or miss on some of their things, but consistently their tomato soup and their grilled cheese is good.
So
I agree.
what's the new What's the new sandwich that they're
The Panera?
they mentioned a type of pepper. It's like a
Freshy pepper?
it's you know what I'm talking about? Have you seen the thing?
Is
For
it
this
like-
new-
like-
it's like a new a
You
Mediterranean.
know what, Steve? They should probably send us samples.
I'm intrigued.
Yes,
Is it,
it's a new thing that they're pushing.
Wouldn't
and
be a
it's got
poblano pepper, would it?
no, I don't know, but it is a red pepper that apparently has this incredibly exotic, wonderful taste.
Okay, wait, like a vegetable or like the crushed red pepper?
A vegetable.
No, like a vegetable pepper.
Side note, stuffed peppers. Fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
Big fan.
Yeah,
Like you
well,
put
we should
sausage
have
in
a
there?
restaurant and call it Sergeant Pepper.
Well, listen, it's sort of offensive that you bring it up on grilled cheese day.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You're right.
I mean-
I said side note.
Stay in your lane, buddy. All right, roasted poblano and mushroom grilled cheese.
No poblano.
I like a poblano.
I do like poblano.
I like it the poblano.
I like saying poblano. Fun syllables.
I come
know what-
from
you know
the
what
village of Poblano.
Do you know what a smoked poblano is? An ancho chili.
Oh.
If you ever see ancho chili.
I don't know why
Ancho
I reacted
cheese.
like that. Yeah.
I believe so.
And ain't your cheese.
Wait, so it's the same thing?
It's the same thing, but it's smoked. It's prepared differently, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
Here, this one sounds interesting. Grilled cheese with everything bagel seasoning.
Oh, yeah.
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 Wait, in or on?
Don't know. I would have to click on the recipe, and it would take me off of this. This is just the names of them.
I think
it's
at Trader Joe's you can get the seasoning that's just called everything but the bagel.
Yep.
And it's terrific.
Yes, I agree.
But one of the best, so there was maybe you've had it as well, Nick, over at Harvest. They would do like a cedar plank salmon, but it would be crusted with the everything bagel crust.
I love a crust.
Oh, yeah.
Grilled cheese.
Look at me bringing that up on Grilled Cheese Day.
Yeah. Spicy grilled cheese.
Okay.
So you can use, like a jalapeno
Or pepper
cheddar,
jack or something.
Pepper jack, yeah.
No, but I'll do like a diced jalapeno.
Okay.
We actually, oh, God, never mind. Sorry. I was doing the Casey thing, and I'm not going to do it now.
You were going to go somewhere else?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
My refrigerator's
Well,
blue.
now I'm intrigued.
Okay. Well, good. Because this is, my wife made hash brown casserole last night for dinner.
This is a recipe that we shared with Casey's family. And,
And it's
in love with it.
amazing. And I was really digging it. And I thought, ooh, you know what would be really great in this? Diced jalapenos.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Did you?
I agree.
I did not, but I put some hot sauce in it.
Is there cheese in there?
Banditos. What's that?
Is there cheese in that
Oh,
recipe?
yeah,
All right, so
cheese
like
and-
it's a part of this conversation by default.
Here's another recipe: Brussels sprouts and bacon grilled cheese. Maybe. I don't
You know
know.
what I do? I do love though. I
like Brussels sprouts.
I love
Yeah.
baked Brussels sprouts.
And bacon or pancetta with Brussels sprouts is usually quite lovely.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And all of you will be farting in about a half hour.
Hang on. Let me go to, let's see, where was it? Yeah, let me go to Doug because he's got a technique. It's National Grilled Cheese Day, by the way. We usually don't talk about the national food days, but I mean, it's grilled cheese. Hey, Doug, you're on the air. Good morning.
Morning.
What's up, bud?
All right, so I started making this when I was working at a fresh restaurant. Because I couldn't get to the burner. So
Was it a fresh restaurant or a French
restaurant. Okay.
French restaurant.
There we go.
It's hard to say.
The
man.
fresh restaurant of Bel Air.
All right. But so I couldn't get to the cooktops, and I was in charge of the broiler. So you butter the bread, you stick it in, butter side up, and you grill it till it's golden brown.
Okay.
And you flip it over, you put your cheese on, and you heat it until it's bubbling and starting to turn brown.
Okay.
So he's saying
In the oven.
that makes sense. Yeah.
Okay.
You know, then you put it together. But lately I've been, so as that's working in the oven, I'll cook a couple slices of pancetta. And if I use Swiss extra sharp cheese, you put them together. So you have the sharpness of the cheese, and then you have the saltiness of the pancetta. And It's awesome.
I
I'm
hate
digging
Swiss
it.
cheese so much.
Okay.
I hate it with
But
white
it's
hot
a nice,
passion.
it's a nice crispy, you know. And
All right. I like
All right.
that, Doug.
All
I'll
right,
try
cool.
that technique, the oven technique. Thank you. So you hate Swiss cheese?
I hate Swiss cheese
I love
almost as much as I hate sharks.
I love Swiss cheese. In fact, I'll go to the finest fresh restaurant in town. No, and they I've had a grilled Swiss cheese sandwich. It ain't bad.
Yeah. If you do Swiss and cheddar together, I think it's great.
It's
And
fine.
I think a 3-cheese thing,
Yeah.
3-cheese mix is pretty awesome. I did not know
thruple.
that about you about Swiss cheese.
Yeah,
Wow.
just,
ham and Swiss is that's a standard.
Really?
Gross, yeah.
Turkey and Swiss. I love a good Swiss.
My Andrea hates it too. She
Yeah.
can't stand Swiss cheese, and I get in trouble sometimes for bringing it home. I'm like, no, I love Swiss cheese.
Sometimes I feel.
Did you bring Swiss home again?
because she feels like because she's such a cheese lover.
Yeah.
which I find
Cheese
interesting.
lover.
Well, she loves all cheeses.
Yeah.
except Swiss, and
That
I'm
seems
like,
sort of
You're
arbitrary.
kind of missing out.
Not everything in the fridge has to be for you. I get mad at my wife for putting White Claw in the fridge. I'm like, God damn it!
One more quick call. We're going to have to take a break because we have guests lining up. So I'm going to go to Alicia. Hi, Alicia. Good morning.
Good morning. Sorry to bother you guys at work.
It's okay.
We're happy to have you, Alicia. What's up?
Thanks. So I own a restaurant in Chalfont called Ember Smokehouse and Tap.
Okay.
And we have a 3x3 grilled cheese.
I don't
And
believe you
know-
unless you bring it here right now.
I will bring it there.
No, go ahead.
I will bring it to you guys.
Go-
And the Brussels sprouts, we have Brussels sprouts. I can bring those too.
Explain your sandwich fully. What is your premium grilled cheese sandwich?
So it's a 3x3 grilled cheese. So it's got 3 different kinds of cheeses. And then I know the meat gets top billing on this, but it has pulled pork, bacon, and pork belly. And we serve it with a tomato bisque.
Could you call that though, Preston? Would you call that a grilled cheese sandwich, or would you call that a?
I'd call it
So
I'd
here's
call it
the
a
loophole.
pork sandwich with cheese on it.
yeah.
Here's the loophole. We don't call it a grilled cheese, but it has grilled cheese. And the loophole is that it's a 3x3. So you can say that the 3 cheeses is first, or you can say that the 3 porks are first.
All right. So you're looking for wiggle room. It sounds delicious.
I think you're a little over
Yeah.
the boundary, but I mean, I'm sure it's a
You should probably try it.
fantastic. I should probably try it.
Not on National Grilled Cheese Day.
I'm sure it's a fantastic sandwich. Well, interesting. All right. Well, thank you, Alicia. We appreciate that.
Absolutely. We'll talk to you guys soon.
All right. Take
very
care.
cool.
All right. By the way,
So much good.
Bon Appetit's best ever grilled cheese. And then we got to take a break. Marissa just brought this to me.
What is it?
It's Bon Appetit's best ever grilled cheese. Butter goes in the pan, not on the bread.
Chicken in the bread pan.
To ensure golden, not burned toastiness, the exterior of the sandwich should be slicked with mayo, which has a higher smoke point than butter and possesses the combined browning power of oil and egg yolks.
So, so now I absolutely have to try the mayo grilled
It says,
cheese.
when mayo slicked bread. Now it's saying you don't cake it with
Right.
mayonnaise.
All right.
You just put a little bit on there and then you put
monster.
it on the butter. And when the mayo slicked bread meets buttered pan, that's when the magic truly begins.
Interesting.
Opting for a cheese that melts well is paramount. American is the meltiest cheese there is. But a young cheddar cheese works well too and brings deeper flavor. If you want to go off script, stick to a soft or semi-soft cheese. Their high moisture content means that they're especially adept at turning molten. Once the sandwich is in the pan, pressing down with a spatula is helpful for achieving even toasting and for encouraging bread and cheese to meld together, but don't be overzealous. This is not a smashed cheese sandwich. Cut the sandwich diagonally. Thank you.
Yes.
And it says it's official. Sandwiches cut this way actually taste better. So I love it. That's great.
Are you going to try the mayo thing?
Yeah, I'll give it a shot.
Yeah, I'm going to have to try it.
I think I'd rather than be, I'd rather try before I deny.
Yeah.
So.
Did you just make that up?
No, it's actually from Stranger Things season 4. Argyle says that. All right, anyhow, it's National grilled cheese day. So enjoy, dear friend. Enjoy.
So hug a veteran.
All right. Please. Thank you for your service. We're going to take a break because we have two guests coming up. One is going to bring some oddities in for us.
Yes.
For the World Oddities Expo this weekend. And the other is going to be making an appearance for the 20th anniversary of Napoleon Dynamite. Uncle Rico himself.
20 years.
John Grice is going to be joining us. So we'll be back with those guys. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Thanks, Kat. There was this story that's making the rounds, and it's actually a professional baseball player. Anthony Bass plays for the Toronto Blue Jays. And, you hear discussions about plane etiquette all the time as far as, sharing the armrest and taking your shoes off and all these other things.
And not pleasuring yourself?
Pleasuring yourself.
Can't do that.
So there's a little bit of a controversy or a discussion or debate that's been popping up after he had tweeted about his recent flight saga. And it actually has to do with his wife. So the 35-year-old posted on Twitter a photo of his two toddler daughters on a flight playing on electronic devices. And you can see popcorn strewn all over the seat, all over the floor. All right, thank you, Marissa. We're going to have some live music this morning. Philadelphia Classical Guitar Society stopping by. We're also going to spend some time with Derek Pitts of the Franklin Institute, talk about the launch yesterday and all that good stuff. And I know that's kind of a science-y conversation that we'll have, but I think we should do another expanse of our knowledge and head to the Just Sayin Institute today. Yes.
The Just Sayin Institute, home of the Sylvester Stallone Harpsichord Academy. I wonder if at this point we should become accredited.
I think so.
Right?
You're right.
Because we do so much teaching.
We need to look into how one becomes accredited.
Can't argue.
And see if we can have that happen. So while we will be leaning in space exploration and things of that nature with our friend Derek, we're going to go in another direction. I'm going to talk about seagulls.
Seagulls.
Yes. Right. So we've all seen or had it happen to us. You're at the shore, you're on the boardwalk, you're eating your lunch, a seagull comes down, snags your French fries, your chips, whatever it is, on the beach or wherever you may be.
Can I ask a quick question? Because you guys are down there a lot. On balance, where do you stand on seagulls? A net gain or a detriment?
Oh, I think I like watching them.
I love them.
I
love the sound.
I get a kick out of them. When they get near, I'm like, hey.
Yeah.
Because if they just were hanging out, that'd be totally cool. And they could walk right in, sit down, hang out with us for a little while. They'd be good. But they're trying to get in your business.
I got it. Yeah.
And so I understand that. And when I start to see someone who does not know the etiquette and begins to feed them, I'm like, just don't do it near us. I mean, if you're like 20, 30 yards away, fine. Let me enjoy the show while this happens.
Have at it.
Because they just flock. They flock.
Yeah.
They flock in
Flock of seagulls.
and they take over.
On the Ocean City Boardwalk, they have hired a person to stand there with a hawk to keep the seagulls away.
That's right.
Yeah.
I remember hearing about that.
They kind of just walk up and down.
Yeah.
Right on cue.
Love this band.
There is another technique, though, that you can use. Researchers from the University of Exeter found that putting, and this is what they say, eyeball-like markings or googly eyes on food packages can make gulls think twice before going for it. In tests, birds took longer to approach and were less likely to peck at containers printed with eye-shaped designs compared to plain packaging.
It's funny that would be the case because I bought, when we had some foxes coming into our yard, last summer, and we have cats as well in the neighborhood that'll come in, and so you can have an issue. So I put out these deterrents that were basically just red blinking eyes.
Okay.
And
Really?
but it is the eyes that were repelling them, or supposedly repelling them. I could see where this would be. You assume predator when you see an eye.
Did you notice any difference?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, good.
I mean, it wasn't dramatic, but they were coming less to the yard.
I'm always curious how things like decoys. There's a house that's nearby a golf course out in my area that lives across the street from a golf course, and they have geese are all over the place. So they put these what looked like wolves in their front yard with an arched back and everything.
As if they're in attack mode.
Yes, and I don't know if those things work or not. You know what? In fact, I haven't seen them the past couple of years. They had them up for a while, so maybe they don't work, and they got rid of them. They was really stupid looking, actually.
I see those on golf courses. I think
okay.
They don't look convincing?
No.
Yeah, I know that I've seen in at Lake of the Ozarks, where my wife's parents have a house. If you have a dock which has an overhanging over it, some people will put an owl decoy up in there to keep birds out from nesting in there. But anyhow, they're saying these eye designs. So the thinking behind it is simple. Animals often treat direct eye contact as a sign that something is watching them, which makes them more cautious.
You know, you can put like a cat at ease. You close your eyes. If the cat is looking at you, you slowly blink.
Right.
And that to them registers as you are not.
Yeah. That worked for a woman. We had a bizarre file one time where a cougar had gotten into her house, and she used that technique of slowly blinking the eyes to let them know that they weren't a threat. Because when eyes are big and wide like this, you're in
attack mode.
You're in attack mode. Yeah, exactly. Earlier studies from the same university showed gulls also slow down when real people are watching them.
You know, one time, Preston, though, it did not work. I winked at a grizzly bear.
Don't do that. Man. They got the wrong idea.
My ass hurt for a month.
In one test with 30 gulls, more than half never even approached the packaging with the eye markings. It's not a perfect fix, but it is a low-cost way to cut down on food theft at the seaside. So bring a little package of googly eyes.
Dude,
and
we were
slap
just
it on your
talking
sandwich.
about how much we love it was how many summers ago was the googly eye campaign?
It was probably four seasons ago. Yeah, 4 years ago.
There was the what was it, a realtor?
Yeah, realtor. There was a motel location on I think it was 47. Yeah, that had his big face.
Yeah.
And I'm like, dude, I want to put googly eyes on that. So Steve ordered these giant googly eyes, and I drove by there and I stuck them on the dude's face. They looked hilarious. He loved it.
He loved it.
Yeah.
It causes paralysis. I laugh so hard at googly eyes. Like, they just are the best.
It was Alan Forte. Thank you,
There you
Marissa.
go.
She found the number or the name, and it said that we had vandalized his sign. The story that she just found. So that was pretty classic. I love it. So anyhow, googly eyes are all the rage, and they'll help you out too. All right, here's another story from the Just Saying Institute. This is one that I just saw this morning. A billionaire-backed stealth startup called R3 Bio has been quietly pitching investors on what may be one of the most controversial ideas in modern science, and it is this: growing brainless, cloned human bodies that aging people or ill people could one day have their brain transplanted into.
I think there's some of those walking around right now.
I thought you were going to say grow them for to harvest body parts. Like
So
if you needed a kidney
that's another
or something
concept
like that.
that has been around, a brainless drone body or cloned body that you could harvest organs from.
There have been a number of science fiction stories based on this, where you have a cloned version of your younger self, your body, that your brain gets ported into when your current body runs out.
So the concept came to light through an investigation by MIT Technology Review, which found that R3 founder John Schlondorn.
Yes, I'd like to order a penis upgrade, please.
Schlondorn had been giving that sounds like a penis nickname, by the way. Yeah,
We'll give you the Max Schlondorn.
he had been giving private seminars about the idea and seeking funding for it for years. The company publicly denied any interest to create brainless human clones, but a co-founder acknowledged the team reserves the right to discuss the idea in hypothetical terms.
Do you remember the Twilight Zone episode? A Brand New You was the name of the place, and it was an old couple goes in to get it done, and then they realize that chasing of youth, that that's not the process, that they wanted to grow old and pass together, you know.
I saw an interesting article a year or two ago about never dying, about immortality, and how at some point, you would lose interest in anything and everything.
There's the classic scene in Dracula, in Bram Stoker's Dracula, and it's actually done very well in Klaus Kinski's Nosferatu, where he's like, he's basically saying, think of living forever.
Yeah.
Anything you ever fall in love with, you watch die.
Yeah.
And there's this, you're right. What does that do to your fix on it's like when Ultron explains, when Vision explains to Ultron, the ephemeral nature of life, and says, but this is what it's about.
And also, not only that, would you not have connection with anybody over a long period of time, but also experiences would become, there would be nothing new and interesting to you anymore. You have done and experiencing everything.
All right. 3 scoops.
Yeah. All right.
All right. Cross that off the list. You're right. Things have become so passé.
Yeah. Been there, done that forever.
You would almost have to never stop learning. Because you would have to learn new technology, learn new things to stay interested.
Well, I mean, that's Groundhog Day right there,
Mm-hmm. So scientists who spoke to the publication expressed deep skepticism, citing a long list of biological, legal, and ethical barriers. Among them, cloning human bodies from adult cells remains far beyond current science, and artificial wombs needed to grow such a body do not exist as well.
Meet your new gynecologist.
Step up into the stirrups, man. But it's...
Yeah, brother, spread those legs.
But it's so you have to think about these things as concepts. There are people that will absolutely dive into research and find out because, listen, it may not get done in a series of generations, but it's got to start somewhere.
There is so much. So I was talking about when we played Shirley Bassey, Goldfinger the other day, and I did a little video, and I was talking about when Goldfinger was released, and the Aston Martin DB Coupe had this incredible thing. You can't believe it. In the dashboard, it allowed James Bond a way to see where he was driving on a map and. All that stuff.
I was thinking about the other day, Steve, because it was Warren Beatty's birthday, and I was thinking about Dick Tracy. You can actually see people on a watch.
There's a watch.
Talk to people through this on your wrist.
This can't be.
As beyond technology.
You're just being stupid now.
Yeah. So things do happen.
You know what a tech guy I am. Mm-hmm. And I remember years ago saying, how in the mother F are you going to have a personal geolocating system?
Yeah.
I mean, and now you can't go anywhere without.
It's still a bit of a melon tweaker how they are able to pull that off.
I know.
How they are able to pinpoint where you are at any point in time. It's crazy.
I just don't think about it.
Yeah. But I mean, the satellites can be positioned in a certain way that it picks up the signal from that little thing you have in your hand all the way up there and tells you exactly where you are.
We followed you across country a couple times with little Apple AirTags.
And it's passe now.
Yeah.
I mean, forget it. It's just like it's granted, So, but it's interesting, and the world keeps on turning, and we keep getting these interesting things. We'll go to another one actually right now. Here's a medical story. Scientists have long been racking their brains to crack the mechanism behind Alzheimer's disease progression. And I might get a little heady with you on this one. They may have finally found a crucial clue. A research team from Heidelberg University in Germany recently uncovered a hidden switch that acts like a death trigger for brain cells and plays a key role in cognitive decline.
I was reading this article about this. This is pretty wild.
Now, the study also highlighted a new experimental drug that could block the process. That's what I like hearing about, opening up possibilities for more effective treatments in the future. With over 7 million people over 65 battling the degenerative disease and a number expected to almost double by 2050, new treatments are constantly being explored that tackle the toxic proteins that accumulate in the brain. Researchers used a mouse model of Alzheimer's to examine a molecular process in the brain involving two previously studied proteins, NMDA receptor and the TRPM4 ion channel. Now,
how do you determine if a mouse has Alzheimer's?
Why was I eating this cheese?
So this gets really technical. I'll go over some of this.
I'll dumb it down for you.
All right, Let Casey will translate.
So both are essential components The NMDA receptors help maintain cognitive function, while the TRPM4 is a membrane protein that affects immune cell function. It's linked to neurodegenerative disorders. While the TRPM4 interacts with receptors outside of synapses where neurons connect and communicate, the result is a toxic interaction that researchers describe as a death complex, damaging and killing nerve cells.
And this switch gets flicked and then begins the deterioration.
Yeah, so the pairing appears at much higher levels in the Alzheimer's mice compared to the healthy ones. So that's how they know. They don't ask them about the cheese.
Yeah.
So the team has previously...
Hey, Mouse, you put your keys in the refrigerator.
Discovered the novel pharmaceutical compound, which is called FP802, a neuroprotective drug that prevents neurons from dying. And they use this drug to block the interaction between the two proteins and successfully break the deadly complex apart. That's the important part.
They're also suggesting that versions of this, as I was reading some of the research, could reverse Alzheimer's.
So this one will slow the progression of the disease. They noted the compound limited or entirely prevented many of the typical cellular changes from Alzheimer's, including loss of synapses and damage to mitochondria. Cognitive abilities that are often affected, such as learning and memory, remain largely intact, and the hallmark, which is called the amyloid beta deposits, were significantly reduced. Adding to the researchers, according to the researchers, this treatment notably differs from traditional methods. Instead of targeting the formation or removal of amyloid from the brain, they said we are blocking a downstream cellular mechanism that could cause the death of nerve cells and promotes the formation of amyloid deposits. So I know, yes.
One of the characters in Dumb and Dumber?
Amyloid.
Yeah. Lloyd.
Yeah.
It's such a robbing thing, Alzheimer's.
Oh, my God.
I saw this footage, and the different things that will kick in and that will get somebody to remember something. And this woman was getting married, and her father was at the event, and he had, significant Alzheimer's, but something triggered, and he remembered her on the day of her wedding, and it was an amazing thing.
So real world use is way off, still way off. So they've got to do experiments, clinical studies, possible applications to humans.
They got to write the jingle.
They got to write a jingle for it, of course. Yeah.
What Doobie Brothers song?
Ozempic.
What is
they
it?
Need something like that.
Whoa, where am I?
Who's the band that did the song? Magic is the name of it that they used for Ozempic. I think it's Pilot. Was that the name of the tune? It's a great song. It's actually a great song. Yeah. Oh, whoa, it's magic. Nothing believes it's not so. Yep. But of course now, to a whole generation, it's Ozempic. Yeah. And that's all there is to it.
You just made that connection in my brain.
What?
I never realized the song.
You
the
didn't
original.
know.
I didn't know.
You didn't know.
I know the original song.
Yeah, you do.
I never put two and two together.
It happens all the time with me where I'm like, oh my God, that's this song.
Look that up and see if it was the band Pilot, because that's going to drive me crazy. I think that was the name of them. No,
that is correct. You got the song right.
Here, let me see. Marissa is looking it up. Original song, and it is by the Scottish. I didn't know they were Scottish pop rock group Pilot, but they need a catchy jingle for this new Alzheimer's.
You got to come up with it.
All right, let's go to something a little bit more our speed from the Just Saying Institute, and this is all about farting.
All right.
And it's something a little bit more than the physical side of it. The for those of you who don't know, that is a fart.
Yes.
Okay, so
we have lots of evidence.
The oldest known joke in human history is not "Why did the chicken cross the road?" It is, in fact, a fart joke. And that can be traced all the way back to the earliest known civilization in human history.
Is it pull my finger?
No, it is not. Huh. So I will read you the joke.
Okay.
Here, you ready?
I remember you talking about this. I think it might have been a historian segment. So this is 100% true.
So, but I'll eventually get into why we find these fart jokes funny.
Okay. Yes, please.
On a human level. So here's the joke.
All right.
Something which has never occurred since time immemorial. A young woman did not fart in her husband's lap. I fingered the guy. And she fingered the guy.
Yeah.
Was that supposed to be laughter?
No, yeah.
Okay. So, that was the joke. Something which has never occurred since time immemorial. A young woman did not fart in her husband's lap. It was a proverb dating all the way back to ancient Sumeria around 1900 BC. For as long as psychologists and the academics have studied humor, flatulence has remained an interesting topic of study given that it's both too universal to ignore, but also too lowbrow for most researchers to take seriously.
It's a natural occurrence, and so I'm curious as to what they believe makes it intrinsically funny.
So studies have been conducted, theories have been hypothesized, that literature has been published, though, with virtually all of it landing on the conclusion that farting is inherently funny to men and will forever remain so.
I know a lot of women who find farts funny.
I'll tell you what. That's why. Listen, Jeff is, Howie Long. One of my best friends of all time, and his mom always laughed at farts.
There you go.
Always. And she's still with us, so always. And I always loved that about her.
So the most widely accepted explanation is something called benign violation theory, or BVT, which was developed by University of Colorado psychologist Peter McGraw. BVT occurs when something is funny, breaks a social norm, and is perceived as completely harmless. And that's where farts come in, as they're essentially the platonic ideal of the benign violation theory.
May I suggest something?
Mm-hmm.
That is, in fact, it can go even more than that. That it just feels funny. It's weird when you fart. Like a baby.
Yeah.
Babies will fart and laugh.
Are you saying it kind of tickles?
It kind of tickles. It's kind of a weird thing. There's an accompanying sound. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think inappropriate farts are the best.
Right.
Describe what that means.
Just like farting. So, for instance, I'll give you an example. I was with Chuck, and we were walking around the Ross in Rio Grande, and I farted as loud as I possibly could while we were just walking. And you're not supposed to do that. You're not supposed to fart in public. You're supposed to go to the bathroom and do it in private or whatever. But like what I really want to do, and I just don't have the guts to do it, is I want to fart as loud as possible on a crowded elevator. I think that would be.
We have one right here.
I know. But people don't.
John Kennedy would. I'm so sorry. He was assassinated.
If they didn't smell, I would be more,
Well, there's the risk you run.
Yeah.
I think collectively there is an outtake from what show was watching. It might have been Breaking Bad or whatever, but whatever it is, all the actors are in a. Do you remember what it is? What is it?
Oh, that I don't know. No,
but in an elevator car, and somebody farts, and they all bust out laughing. It's part of the deal.
Casey, it was accidental, but still, I did it as a plane was deboarding, like everybody getting off. I thought I had a squeaker.
Oh, no.
And it was full bore, rattled through the whole thing. And all I was probably like 13 at the time. And some guy a couple rows up just went, "Damn, that kid can rip."
Oh, my God.
And it made the whole plane laugh. So it can be worth it.
That's great.
That guy's joke was funny. The farting wasn't funny. That's how I live.
Casey,
and that's interesting.
If a stranger did it in an elevator with me, I would not find it funny.
See, I would.
Yeah, I know you.
If I didn't know you, and you
to me that would be considered a bit of an affront.
Yeah,
Well, the reason I wouldn't find it funny is because some people would be very embarrassed about something like that happening, and I don't want to shame someone and laugh when they had an embarrassing moment.
Okay.
That's part of it. And also, if you did it on purpose and you got a real stinker cooking up, an egg salad.
You have prisoners now.
No way would I appreciate that if I don't know you.
Think about the story I told you guys when I was sitting in the lobby at the White Manor Country Club, and I thought I was alone. I thought I was all by myself, right?
Yeah.
You're allowed to just let her rip, and I did over. And then, as it turns out, there was a woman sitting directly across from me, but I couldn't see her because there was a giant
Listen,
plant.
I'm not normally like this, but would you like to get a room?
All right, so
I am so turned on.
Let me get back to this explanation. So here's one of the reasons that this might be part of benign violation theory. The sound arrives without abruptly and loudly and violates basic manners, but also causes no tangible damage to anyone involved. As McGraw posits, the study author, when someone cuts cheese, the brain registers the offense, but then instantly determines that the threat level is zero and transitions that tension into humor. There's also a 1980 study that was conducted by psychologist L.G. Lipman called toward a social psychology of flatulence, the interpersonal regulation of natural gas, which found that people who pass gas loudly are rated as more humorous by observers. Lippman's research, however, found one notable and well-known exception. Women did not find farting as funny as men did.
You know who didn't like it at all? Pierre.
He didn't like farting.
No.
I didn't know that.
We'd play fart effects, and it'd be something he would demur from.
Yeah.
Furthermore, toward a social psychology of flatulence, the interpersonal regulation of natural gas also found that deliberate flatulence, when identified as intentional, caused observers to rate the person as more malicious rather than funnier.
So there's your elevator concept going out the window there, Case.
Suggesting the true humor comes from the uncontrolled and accidental elements of flatulence.
So there's a more leveling, we've all had that happen experience that's accidental as opposed to someone really doing it with intent.
Did you explain why that joke is funny by any chance?
No.
Okay. All right. Because I don't actually understand the joke. And
You're
it's a proverb.
1,200 years before the birth of Christ.
Right.
It's going to be hard to figure that one. I think if you're looking for something to do that's similar to your elevator thing, take a full dump on an escalator.
Okay, and send it to the top.
Right?
Yeah.
Because it's coming up. Sending something up
And
to
it'll sit there and it'll roll when it gets to the top and just stays there forever.
Let me ask you this question, Preston, because you and I we end up watching the same videos on Instagram, and I know you take your golf game very serious. So I'm not asking if this happened to you, but have you seen the video where the guy's in the middle of his backswing and then his buddy rips a loud fart? And then he ends up chunking the.
I may have. I don't remember that.
I think that is so funny. Yeah. Now, if it wasn't happening to you, like, would you find that to be funny?
Probably.
Yeah,
definitely. And especially, if we're not playing to score well and we're just out having fun. If you did it to me, I wouldn't be happy because I'm trying to score well every single time.
So to this point, what's funnier? The that with intent.
Mm-hmm.
I would tend to laugh more at the, oh my God, at Ryan's.
Or like in a
fart.
yoga studio or whatever.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. To me, that's.
I don't know. Like I said, I wouldn't want to embarrass somebody. But listen.
But if it's accidental.
Yeah, I know. But that person might be mortified by what just happened.
I guess I'm thinking of the removed watching a video of it. You know,
we went to the Walnut Street Theater in a play. I swear somebody ripped one.
Really?
Not on stage, but somebody in or like a row behind me. I'm like. Was that a fart?
Have you ever seen the one where the one a lot of times when you have surgery, they wait for you to pass gas afterwards.
Right.
And this woman had so much gas built up in her nether region, and so they're waiting for her to fart, and then she farts. But it is like the longest fart you have ever heard, and it's so long, and they're videoing her. That it's hilarious. So then she starts laughing, and she's laughing and farting at the same exact time. Ryan, if you can find this, the audio is hilarious because she's like, ha, ha, fart, 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 and she's laughing and farting at the same time. To me, that is comedy gold right there.
My favorite is when you're walking down the stairs and every stair you hit. Every now and then you get one. It's rare, but it happens on occasion. Those are fun.
I'll tell you what's a joy when you've had, sometimes we talk about that gas buildup that feels like you're having like a heart attack.
Yes.
When you are finally able.
Sweet relief.
Yeah.
Sweet relief. By the way, concerning the escalator, John from Newark said, the escalator wouldn't be going up because if it's brown, you send it down.
Brown, send it down.
Yeah,
that's true.
That's
yeah,
what it
yeah,
does.
yeah, yeah.
All right, real quick. Other researchers have documented a gap in the environment of farts by women and men, too, as a study conducted by the University of Helsinki noted that attitudes towards the male fart have been more permissive than toward the female fart across centuries of recorded humor. Those same researchers note that in early humor, the fart's primary cultural role was to, quote, demonstrate our shared humanity and introduce a measure of equality between people. Essentially, everyone farts.
We all fart.
Yeah. Part of what makes it stick for men specifically comes down to how early the reinforcement starts. Children respond to bodily function humor as young as 2 or 3 before any meaningful gender differences in humor emerge. Boys tend to sustain that response longer into adolescence and adulthood, largely because they receive more positive reinforcement for it from peers. And often from the adults around them. The laugh they got at age 7 from a well-timed fart becomes a template that holds.
Sure. There's a whole bunch of stuff that circles around, farting and going potty. Isn't that, don't they say, psychologists say that is sort of the first time you can hold some power over adults? Like if you're being potty trained. I forget what they refer to it as, but that you can, that is one of the first times
you hold back.
You can hold back and hold power over
Possibly.
in a way.
Yeah.
Sounds like it might be a concept that's been discussed before. Besides getting reinforcement from friends, there's also the bonding dimension.
My fart buddies.
Research on male friendship has consistently found that crude and transgressive humor functions as a trust signal between men, a way of signaling comfort and ease with another person. Farting in front of someone in this context is not just an accident or a joke. It's a statement about the relationship.
Yep.
More recently, the Cambridge University Press published a paper called Why Flatulence is Funny by philosopher James Spiegel in 2013, which framed farting through the lens of the psychological shift theory, which posits that humor emerges from a sudden, pleasurable mental pivot.
Wasn't it Nietzsche that said that which does not kill us makes us fart?
Probably.
Yeah.
Few things in daily life produce a sudden pivot as reliably or as equally as a fart. It was true 4,000 years ago and remains so today. And I do. You had mentioned that women who find farts funny.
Yes.
I think it's just like. And I agree, because when, I told you my buddy Steve his nickname was Sterno because he was the lightest farts all the time. And our group of girlfriends thought it was hilarious as well. But I think maybe in the overall scheme of the population, it skews towards men finding it funnier than women.
I'm going to say you sitting around with a bunch of female friends. This is not, farts are not something that would enter into a humorous dynamic, correct?
No.
Okay.
All right. Oh, by the way, Ryan found the audio of the woman from the surgery, post-surgery, that Casey was talking about, and let's hear how this went for her. Oh, my God.
I peed my pants.
She peed her pants,
Yeah,
too.
she peed her pants, too.
Yeah.
Wow, man. That's
super hot.
That's not a trifecta. No, it's just a...
That's a turkey.
Yeah. That's the exacta. No, she got the exacta.
Right, she got a turkey.
there. Yeah.
She got a gastrointestinal turkey.
All right. That is all we have time for. I think we got some good stuff today.
Absolutely.
At the Just Saying Institute. Sometimes it gets a little intense and heady, and other times a little on the lighter side. So we hope you did appreciate that.
I'm glad we got the farts out of the way before the Prodigy guitar playing virtuoso comes in.
Yes, we are going to have from
And
the
Derek Pitts.
Philadelphia Classical Guitar Society. We have to balance these things.
Yes.
From the Philadelphia Classical Guitar Society, we have Ana Vidović, who's going to be performing here in our studio. And yes, we will speak to the chief astronomer of the Franklin Institute, Derek Pitts, on the Artemis launch yesterday. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a moment. We'll have the Bizarre File, and we also have a really cool thing for Pierre Robert fans to participate in and partake on. So we'll get details of that when we return. Stay with us. And in the accompanying caption, he wrote, by the way, his spouse is traveling alone, and she's 22 weeks pregnant. He explained that the flight attendant on the trip had, quote, made his wife clean up their kid's food mess, and he voiced outrage over the situation. He wrote, the flight attendant on United just made my 22-week pregnant wife traveling with a 5-year-old and 2-year-old get on her hands and knees to pick up the popcorn mess by my youngest daughter. And then he wrote, are you kidding me? And so he obviously thought that was out of line for them to ask her to clean that stuff up.
Right.
And people responded to that. And I'm curious as to how you guys would respond.
So in the studio here, there's a picture of what it looked like around the area.
Mm-hmm.
And what you all have kids. I do not. So
I mean, when you have a kid, if you take it to a restaurant, take it. Take the child.
What is it?
Take your baby or your whatever, your toddler to a restaurant. A mess is inherent, right? It's going to happen every single time. It happens on planes. And Steve, as a parent, you are responsible for at least making an attempt to clean up that mess, right?
All right, you just hit it. That's exactly what. So as a non-child owner,
right?
You don't have it.
But that would be, you make an effort at least.
Yes.
To clean up, to police the area a little bit. And I think somebody would say, here, let me help, or maybe the staff would assist. just that alone gets you across the finish line.
And it's embarrassing, quite frankly, like especially at a restaurant, because you know that it's going to happen and you don't want it to happen.
Yeah.
But you are aware of the fact that if you have a toddler, it's going to happen. So just do the best you can to prevent it. And then when the mess inevitably does happen, clean it up as best you can.
The children were eating ribs.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, it's going to happen. I mean, I wouldn't even try to prevent it because you can't. It's going to happen. However, you do more than try to clean it up. You clean it up.
All right.
In your case, you're seeing this, and because this stuff is strewn obviously around and could be. It's not like, they're asking to resurface the chairs.
And listen, I don't think she should get up every time something falls on the floor. But like at some point, yes, so sorry. Let me, pick this all up.
Looking at the photo, I could see if the mom was sitting in the chair, she may see one kernel that we can see in this photo. And if they pointed it out to her, I think I would be like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I didn't know that they just made a mess like that. I'll clean its mess up. No, but I agree. I think you clean it up. If you had a couple little errant, if you didn't get every single last one,
right.
that's acceptable. As long as you get in there and you just start doing some cleanup. And there were texters, for the most part, did side with the airline. The overwhelming amount did. But some did go the other way. And think that no, it's and somebody had posted like, what do you if your kids make a mess at the movie theater, do you clean that up off the floor? Actually, yeah. Yes.
So I get the point. Some of the detractors are saying, well, after they get off the flight, people come in and clean the thing. But as you said, Nick, you don't just say, well, they'll get it.
Yeah, they'll get it. I'll make a total mess.
You
what
have
the
to
hell?
you have to make an attempt. But it's like there are two different people. There are the people that are like, what we're saying is like, yes, you have to attempt to clean it up. You have to clean it up. And there are people that just don't think you have to, and that it's not your job. Like, yeah, you paid to eat at the restaurant, so now you're going to leave the mess for the server to clean up. Like, there are people that just, that's how they see it.
I know.
It's weird.
Yep. And flight attendants obviously were commenting quite ferociously about this.
I've seen people, and my heart goes out to them, like at restaurants where the kids making a mess or spilling over stuff, and then and literally getting down and cleaning up stuff and picking up stuff off the floor. And I've never seen it's you feel so bad because I think parents tend to feel 10 times worse than they probably need to be if the kids are making a mess. And I think most people understand and go, I got it. I understand it's hard to corral this. To me, it would seem, they seem very embarrassed.
Most people do.
Yeah.
Some don't.
I know.
Some do not
I know.
care.
But I also, listen, I was never embarrassed or anything. And this is like something that I tell my brothers who have new babies is like, don't shelter them because they're babies and don't take them to the restaurant. I think that's why I can go out to eat and go to a restaurant is because I took Jace from the second he was able to go to a restaurant. Like
I taught it how to behave.
No, seriously though, honestly. Yeah. And like, I will say sometimes if like, he's like lounging I'm like, you're at a restaurant, and he sits up because he's used to going to restaurants and he knows how to act in a restaurant.
Same with us. My parents would take us out. We went to restaurants, and, this is how you behave. This is what you do.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Now, did we screw up? Yes. But we got that course right from the beginning.
Did he get this flight attendant fired? Was there a follow-up?
Okay, so there was a follow-up, and his response was he posted an update informing his followers that United Airlines is taking care of matters with the flight attendant internally.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, I know, right?
So he's getting somebody's job.
But that's also him saying that. Like,
well, but if he's not saying that and it's actually the truth, and said flight attendant is now facing
right, but I'm just saying you don't know if it is.
Okay.
There are aspects to the story that are unclear.
Yeah, like people like that who are going to just throw that out there.
Well, Kayla wants to comment on this real quick. Let me go to her. Hi, Kayla. Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Hey, what's up, Kayla?
So I just want to say I follow Sydney and her sister, Jessie James Decker. She's a music artist. She was married to football player Eric Decker. She still is, but he's no longer playing football. So she had posted about this yesterday before Anthony did. And I don't think it was that they wanted Sydney to clean up the popcorn. It was the way in which the flight attendant approached her. What I saw Sydney and Jessica originally posting yesterday was that the flight attendant came to her with a wipe, It was like, oh, the captain wants you to get every single drop of popcorn, which is kind of unrealistic when you're on a plane with 2 toddlers and 22 weeks pregnant. Like, obviously she was going to do her best, but to have her, like, it was just kind of more of an embarrassing situation, and the way the flight attendant went about it and what was said to her, like, you need to get every single drop.
By the way, how would the captain know? How would the captain know?
I'm sorry, sir. We have an issue in the.
We have a filthy child that's dropped popcorn all over the floor. Someone needs to kill it.
Yeah.
Oh, I feel like they use that all the time. Like the captain said.
Captain doesn't know what's going on.
Captain doesn't know there's popcorn on the floor.
Yeah, I'm sure the captain didn't know, but I think it was just the way the flight attendant broached it. Like, you must get every single drop. Like, not just, hey, get what you can. Like, we understand she's 2. And it was also popcorn that United had given to her. It wasn't like she brought it on the plane herself.
Yeah, I'm still thinking you got to clean it up.
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure. It wasn't that she wasn't going to clean it up. It was just the way that they went about it and were, like, adamant that they wanted her to get every single drop and, not.
They should have said colonel instead of
not
drop. Because that's what probably confused her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's pregnant. She's got baby brain.
What are you talking about? No, but I mean,
right,
so I
thank you,
think
Kayla.
both sides sort of, now listen, it doesn't give you carte blanche to be rude.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, I don't know. He didn't, in this particular post, he didn't indicate anything about them being rude.
I also think, like, anyone with kids where this is happening, they know, and you just got to hope that they're going to get it. Like, to say you need to clean up every last thing. Like, who says she wasn't going to,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but you can't wait until they're off the plane to find out that they didn't.
Oh, you follow them home.
I mean,
I think I was going to follow you, did you?
I don't side with the lady whatsoever. And Kayla, like, she's calling in like she was standing there listening to every single bit of the conversation. And
there's a flight attendant at the front door.
Yeah, and she wasn't there, so she doesn't know. And I'm just looking at the mess there, and you just clean up after your kids. I'm sorry that you're pregnant and that you have 2 kids with you, but
right. I agree. You almost sounded like Joker a little bit with the other person. When
You want to know why there's popcorn on the floor? Because it hasn't been trained properly.
Let me go.
And he carved a smile in my face.
Let me go to Jeff. Hey, Jeff, good morning.
Good morning, Ed. How are you guys?
Good morning, Ed, buddy. What's going on?
All right, so I have 4 of those little things that tend to follow me around everywhere.
Yeah, right. Damn things.
So by like kid 2 or 3, you kind of, like Nick said,
Yeah.
You want this to happen, but this is going to happen.
Yes.
There's no avoiding it. So we always just kind of plan ahead. When we sit at a restaurant, I'll get a couple napkins, unfold them, and put them on the sides of the high chair. And we have, like, for when we fly and everything, we have travel, like, little mats.
Oh, we're losing you.
Travel.
On there, you just bundle it up,
Little
and
mats.
dump it out in the trash can, and move along.
So yeah,
you should be prepared for the mess. Yeah,
I flew, Jeff. I flew. In fact, it was it flying back from
Florida?
Florida. There was a mother and a kid next to me.
That's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
Thanks, Marissa. So we are going to fire up the bizarre file. Then we have a guest. We're going to welcome into the studio with something very interesting about Pierre Robert.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, let's get right into it. This is a pretty wild story. A U.S. Marine who was an ammunition specialist at California's Camp Pendleton has been charged with stealing ammo and weapons, including a shoulder-fired missile system, and conspiring to sell them in Arizona, according to court documents.
See, I wouldn't sell it. I'd use it.
Yeah.
Corporal
I always wanted to fire one of those things.
Well, he was an ammunition specialist, so he got to do that stuff all the time, I assume.
Lucky.
But Corporal Andrew Paul Amaryllis pleaded not guilty last Thursday in Phoenix to multiple charges. Federal prosecutors said Amaryllis used his position as a technical specialist at the School of Infantry West to steal at least one Javelin missile system. I know.
It's okay if I sign out one of these Javelin systems?
Thousands of rounds of military-grade ammunition and other weapons-related material between February February 2022 and November 2025. He's accused of transporting the stolen material to his home state of Arizona, where he sold them to unnamed co-conspirators who then resold the equipment to others, prosecutors said, and some but not all the stolen weapons and ammo has been recovered. A co-conspirator had a number for Amaryllis saved in his cell phone under the nickname Andrew Ammo.
That's chilling.
And in a text messages to this co-conspirator, one of them said, I have 2 launchers that I think you'd like if you want to take a look tomorrow.
Hey, where'd you get that Bradley tank?
The text messages also included photos, including one of a portable Javelin missile system with a serial number that matched one that Amaryllis had signed out of the military base near San Diego. Some of the ammunition was purchased from co-conspirators by undercover officers. In 2021, explosives went missing from the Marine Corps Air Ground Combat Center in 29 Palms in the Southern California desert. The Naval Criminal Investigation Service said that at the time it was investigating the disappearance of explosives, but declined to prove details. That's pretty intense.
He had the clearance to do it.
Yep. A woman has been bitten by a wolf in a major shopping street in Hamburg, Germany, according to authorities. The woman appears to have tried to lead the disoriented animal away from the shopping street. The wolf then bit her in the face.
Oh, boy.
And then ran off. The woman was taken to a hospital, but has since been discharged. It's believed to be the first time a person has been attacked by a wolf since the animals began to reestablish themselves in Germany decades ago. The wolf was later spotted late on Monday night in the Binnen-Alster Lake in Hamburg. Police managed to pull it out of the water with a rope, but the animal put up a fight, and police armed with shields were reported to have spent around an hour trying to catch it. The wolf is being given veterinary care as we speak. It was only after the fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989 that wolves began returning to Germany after 150 years of absence.
So they were all waiting on one side of the wall.
I guess so. Initially, a few animals returned via Poland, and today wolves roam the forest of many German states.
It's something you don't think about. But the woman's face, it
says she's recovering, so I don't know how bad she was.
Wolf bite on the face.
In Utah, a couple had an unexpected visitor at their elopement ceremony on Saturday. The couple was visiting from out of state for a picturesque secret elopement when a landslide occurred. The moment was captured by Shane Shiv, who said that they initially thought it was a low-flying jet because it was so loud. Shiv said that she said, I was using my car for the wedding photos, and they were almost done with the ceremony. When it happened, it just sounded like thunder, and we look up and we saw the dust and rocks falling down the mountain.
How magical.
Talk about a wedding crasher. The couple's wedding photographer, Lois Valdez, also took photos and video of the event. She said it felt surreal, but also a little wild in the best way.
I'm going to need the bride to get up on that truck.
She said we were in the middle of the ring exchange. Everything was super quiet. And then out of nowhere, you see part of the red rock starting to slide down the mountain.
Jeez.
And she said what made it even crazier was that right before it happened, the officiant had been talking about the mountains while they were there. Valdez said that it turned this calm, private moment into something loud, unexpected, and honestly kind of exciting. And she said on top of that, we saw turtles out there too, which is added to the whole feeling.
And a landslide.
Yeah. I can't believe turtle even got a mention.
Tell me more about the turtles.
Yeah.
That day was just magical. She said it meant to be. It was.
I saw a gecko and a nuclear bomb explode.
Police in New Delhi busted an alcohol smuggling operation that was using camels to haul nearly 2,000 bottles of booze into the city. Authorities say 48-year-old Vinod Badana had been arrested last year for a similar scheme and caught with 2 camels loaded with 1,938 containers of illicit liquor.
So how do they get that in the hump?
I don't think they do. I think they put it on there somewhere.
Oh, they're carrying them.
But it's crazy they can carry that much weight.
Yeah.
But Badana allegedly routed the animals through forest paths to bypass interstate checkpoints with the shipment destined for bicycle rickshaw couriers who would have delivered it to customers looking to dodge the taxes that can make up most of the cost of legally purchased alcohol.
That's a hell of a lot of weight. I know that they are beasts of burden, but I mean, it's pretty wild.
All right, listen to this. An Ohio dance instructor has been sentenced to 16 to 20 years in prison after she opened fire at a New Year's Day party when her husband and boyfriend discovered each other. It was just weird because normally it'd be like the husband that would do something,
she's
right?
the one that starts shooting.
So 29-year-old Olivia Clendenin, was found guilty in January of attempted murder, 2 counts of felonious assault and illegal discharge of at a habitation.
This was never meant to happen.
For the shooting at a Clear Creek Township home. Prosecutors say that she went to the party and fired 8 rounds with a .40 caliber handgun after her 2 partners learned about each other that evening.
Oh, all they did was learn about each other.
She struck 29-year-old Daniel Johnson in the abdomen. He was neither her husband nor her boyfriend.
What did I do?
Totally, yeah. She just was unhinged. She just wanted to shoot somebody. He spoke at sentencing.
What is this watching?
And he spoke at sentencing.
I want to take dance lessons.
About ongoing chronic pain. Yeah, he was shot with a .44 in the stomach for crying out loud. 40 caliber. Wow. All right. How about this one? Kishore Kalapudi is the owner of a $5 million mansion in Salina, Texas, that he proudly rents out as an Airbnb. One recent rental turned into a nightmare, however, when what he thought would be a 7-person event turned into 800 partying teenagers in a party that was advertised on social media. It's been a while since I've heard a story about one of these happening.
It was happening here quite often.
Not only were gunshots reported, with no one injured, fortunately, but there was damage that included damaged kitchen countertops, blood-stained towels, and bed sheets as well. Fixtures removed from walls, and all the furniture had been moved into the garage as well. So you got to be careful.
What a nightmare.
When you're renting those places out. And there you go. That is what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. All right, so we have a guest in our studio who we're going to welcome in just a moment, and his concerns Pierre Robert and some of his possessions. By the way, there's a great article in Philly Mag that just came out about Pierre and his legacy and memorials to him. You know, we've had Dellen was sickening on the show about trying to get the bench in Rittenhouse Square and maybe a mural. And, of course, they're going to name a street after him and things like that. And it covers all of that stuff. But here's a way for you to actually have something and to be a possession of yours. We would like to welcome this morning the owner of Vinyl Chickie Record Shop in Glenside. We have Lisa Shaffer.
Yeah.
How you doing, Lisa?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Good. Nice to see you. So, to just put this out there, you have taken ownership of Pierre Robert's vinyl and CD collection, correct?
I have, correct.
Okay. And with that, you are going to be making this available to the public. Then people can purchase the items from his actual collection, right?
Absolutely.
Wow. How did you come about, and we'll get the details of when this is happening and how you go about this, but how did you acquire his collection?
So in early December, speaking of Dallin, she reached out to me. She's a friend of mine. And she asked me if I wanted to come and make an offer on the collection for the money to go to his estate.
Okay.
And I went the next day to Pierre's home, made an offer, and the collection was put in my car.
You're talking about, I mean, this is Pierre Robert's collection. And in a way, if anything, Pierre's music. And so, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the proceeds of some items are going to go to some of the charities that,
Correct.
Yeah, that Pierre certainly championed,
That's
which
up
is a
to
wonderful
the
thing.
estate, yes.
Yeah, that's up to the estate. So
Right.
it's going to the estate.
Right.
And then they have arranged for that to be available for people who want to get these. Now, people aren't coming in and buying the whole collection. They can come in and get pieces.
Between 1 and 3 pieces, I think I'm going to limit it to.
Okay. Any idea how many items there are?
There's a little over 400 records.
Okay.
And maybe about 200 more CDs.
Okay.
And the idea is to give everyone a shot to have something that is a keepsake, that is a little something that connects you to Pierre.
Correct.
Yeah, we're blessed. We walk around here when I come in every morning. There is a perpetual slideshow of Pierre in our green room, and then there's everywhere you turn, there's something Pierre. But a lot of people felt a really profound loss. We all did. But I mean, this is a nice little thing to do.
Thank you.
Well, especially for those who have listened to Pierre for so long, how he felt about vinyl.
Oh my God!
You know, it was just something very, very special to him.
That's why Matt still calls it Pierre's vinyl cut.
Yeah.
You know, in the mid, that's how much it meant.
And so, going through this, did you have to go through and make sure that conditions were?
Oh, I spent days.
Okay.
Days cleaning things, replacing inner sleeves. I created a sticker for the outside with a picture that I actually took of him.
Oh, okay.
And
I'm sure because it was Pierre, there was precise indexing of everything.
Precise. Absolutely.
Okay, so this is great. I'm looking at
That is going to be auctioned off. I have a couple silent auctions.
Okay, so this is a Dr. Demento record, but I'm pointing out here on the front here on the plastic cover that the album actually goes into. The full sleeve and record goes into this plastic covering. But on that is a sticker. It says, "From the collection of Pierre Robert," and it's got a picture of Pierre with his arms outstretched.
Oh, that's great.
So you'll be able to have that in your vinyl collection.
Isn't that
indicates
great?
that this is one of his personal records that you actually bought.
So I'm sorry, Marissa. This is from 4 exciting chapters of the historic radio program Up and Away with the Adventures of Superman. This is the kind of stuff, of course, Pierre would have.
Yeah. That photo you had taken of him, that was a special day?
Yes, that was the day that he was inducted into the Philadelphia Walk of Fame from the PMAs.
That's awesome. And this particular one I'm holding here, this Dr. Demento record, is autographed by Dr. Demento to Pierre. It says, "To Pierre with the best wishes, stay demented," and it's signed by Dr. Demento. So some will be auctioned, you're saying?
Some will be auctioned.
Okay, some special items that you found that kind of stand out amongst the others.
What are some of the records that you found? So these are not the ones that are here at WMR. These were like in his house.
These were in his home.
Brought them home, played them on his own record players, maybe wore them out a little too much.
They're in great shape.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, that's good to know.
Did you see some patterns in his collection? Were there did he have a large amount of one particular group or artist?
He had a lot of Grateful Dead.
That's a shocker.
He had a lot of Jimmy Buffett.
Okay, and another
I have to
shocker.
ask about Sinatra. Was there a fair
There
amount
was
of
some
Sinatra?
Sinatra.
Yeah, he was
A little
big,
bit.
Yeah.
Okay. So how about going about purchasing this? Is this
Yes.
going to start on a specific day?
This will be on Saturday, April 18th.
Okay.
At the shop at 10 a.m. And my store is located in Glenside, Pennsylvania, around the corner from the Keswick Theater.
Okay.
And I will have information on my socials.
Okay. And so what how do we find your socials? What would we look under?
Vinyl Chickie. You
Okay.
could just Google it. I'm on Instagram and Facebook.
Okay. And so this the sale will start April 18th and it will just continue on until
they're gone.
Until they're gone. Okay.
Yes.
I actually walked by your shop the other day. I took the train out to the Keswick for a show last Saturday night. We stopped at Bill's Best Brewery, which is owned by one of WMR DJs, Jason Fajon, who's on the weekends and worked with Pierre for years. And then as we were walking up the hill to the Keswick, I stopped because there were these bright purple lights, and that was your record store right there. And it's a beautiful shop. I was peeking in the window
Thank
and
you.
everything that you have there. So I'm excited to come back out next weekend.
Speaking of Bill's Best, Jason is donating a raffle for the day.
Oh, nice.
As well as Keswick concert tickets, and Keswick Tattoo is donating a gift card.
Oh, that's great.
Lisa, did Pierre keep his collection in pretty good shape?
Great shape.
No kidding.
Yes.
Okay. So CDs too?
CDs too.
Okay.
CD cases were a little cracked.
Sure, yeah. but the integrity of the actual disc
Yes.
are pretty solid?
Solid.
Excellent.
I love this sticker. I love
Yeah,
the
it's
fact
great.
that this
Yeah.
is from the collection of Pierre Robert.
Yeah.
You know he's loving this.
All right. Well, you heard it, folks. April 18th, Vinyl Chickie Records Shop. If you are a fan, you'll want to stop by there. Or as Lisa was saying, you can do a quick search on Vinyl Chickie Record Shop and find her social media account. She'll be following all that. But it's in Glenside, it's right by the Keswick Theater. So that starts on April 18th, Saturday, April 18th. Make sure you stop by. So thank you. And we wish you luck, Lisa.
Thank you.
You got it. All right, it's here for Lisa Shaffer. And if Pierre was important to you, and especially if you're a collector, how can you pass this up?
And his goal was always about sharing music. Here's a way to do it.
Absolutely. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. Our good friend Derek Pitts of the Franklin Institute will be joining us next. Stay there.
Was like, Mother,
Oh yeah.
Like a more travel.
I was sitting in front of you.
Right.
Yes.
This kid. You heard me. I kept saying, "What is this a dwarf?
It was the nicest
This
kid.
kid is better traveling than adults."
If you're traveling
Thanks,
with a child or a toddler, inherently, my heart goes out to you because it's a chore, right? And there's also that part of me that, like, when I'm on the plane and I hear the baby crying, it's annoying. Like, if I want to go to sleep, I get the fact that, like, it's going to get under people's skins, but as a parent, there's very little you can do to control that. Your heart has to go out to the parents.
Shell was a pro at traveling with our kids when they were babies.
She was such a pro.
She had a system.
She would help out other parents on the plane. Your wife would come on the plane with treats for other kids.
She didn't want me to fly with them because I would mess up the system.
Yes.
Yeah, I kid you not. She
It's
preferred
stressful.
it when we
I don't
flew
want you
separately.
there.
Yeah.
You don't know how to treat them.
Yeah.
Preston, this makes me think of this hilarious. I think it's the pilot episode of Modern Family. Cam and Mitch, the gay couple have adopted a kid. They're getting on the plane. They don't know how to travel with the kid, and so they and so they're I think it's Cam is feeding the baby some treats, and so somebody walking by goes, "Look at the baby with the cream puffs." And so I forget which one is Cam and which one is Matt, but the one is the lawyer. Gets a gay couple with
cream puffs.
and he's feeding him cream puffs. And then, I think Cam gets up and goes, "We'd like to pay for beverages for everyone."
All right, so here's a different side of this conversation that somebody texted in about. So this says, my husband gets peanuts at the Phillies games and drops all the shells on the ground under his seat. It bothers me so much, but he acts like it's no big deal.
You know what? So here's the deal.
I'm a
you
hypocrite.
actually raised a
That's
good
what
question.
you do there.
Yeah.
Like, you remember the ground rounds?
Of course.
That was part of their thing?
That was their thing. You could throw peanuts on the ground, the shells. It was no big deal. It's expected.
I went to a urologist who had the same policy.
Wow.
That was the same policy, a medical waste. No, but at a ball game,
Peanuts.
do you collect up your peanut
and,
shells?
and sunflower seeds. People spit them out.
How do they clean up the seeds? Because I've never actually stuck around to see how all that stuff is done.
A leaf blower, right?
Is it a leaf blower?
Don't they come through and like literally blow down the sections?
Yeah.
Would you guys hold on to the shells and put it in a cup or whatever?
No,
or
no.
Right on the floor.
I do the ground thing.
Okay,
Yeah,
all right.
because it's
total
it's what
hypocrite.
everybody does.
So you just when talked about this woman, she has to clean up.
Well,
how
that's
you're tossing peanut shells at your feet.
but I wouldn't do it on a
ballpark.
plane.
It's at a ballpark.
Yeah.
Where it's kind of
Still.
Now,
I would put it in a cup, Kathy.
Hang on, I wouldn't leave my empty beer cups and other trash.
Stool.
But I'm facing my hypocrisy here. But peanut shells, they go right on the ground.
Oh my God.
Absolutely,
They're biodegradable.
They're biodegradable.
Yes. You're outside.
It's good for the environment. We're making compost over here.
Yeah.
I do keep it in my area. Like I will try not to do it to the row in front of me.
I'll tell you the delineation. If you're eating peanuts or popcorn in a theater, you're not going to. No, you're not going to do that.
Yep.
Because that's indoors. This is an outdoor park. I can understand the gray area there. I probably would still, put the shells in a cup or something, or on the person in front of me's head.
Yeah. So I was a busboy. I was a waiter, and I also cleaned the cafeteria at college. Right. So after lunch and dinner, I would clean the cafeteria, and that one pissed me off because when you go get your food, you get it on a tray. And when you're done with your meal, you take the tray and you put it right. There were racks for you to put your trays, and nobody would ever do that. So this is not me bitching about that, but it gave me more of an appreciation. So I tend to clean up after myself. Like if I go out to eat with, whether I'm with the children or not, I will. When I'm done, kind of like stack and put everything
it on the
together
tray.
And,
put it on the tray and bring the tray back up. That's what you do.
We try to make it as efficient for the server or busboy as we possibly can. It's just something we've always done. I mean, Rochelle was a server. I worked in a restaurant. I was in the kitchen. So
you're pre-bussing.
We kind of pre-bus the table. I don't fully do the wipe down or anything like that.
But you'll refinish it.
Collect everything. Yeah, we'll put a little lacquer on it.
I sand it
We'll
down.
Stain.
You got to sand it down first.
Yes.
Right.
Then you got to clean up.
Yeah. Hang on. I want to go to Steph, who is a server. Hi, Stephanie. Good morning.
Morning. Sorry to bother you at work.
Nah. What's up, Steph?
So I'm a server. One, I want to agree with Casey. That girl has no idea what went on that flight. She was not there.
All right.
Casey.
Okay.
Okay.
Second, I watch people all the time come home with kids. 1, 2, 3 kids. Sometimes it's just 1 and 2 parents, but the kid will outnumber them no matter what. Mess everywhere. I see them start to clean up. I'll usually stop them because they made the attempt. Just making the attempt made me happy.
Okay.
In fact, I like when they just wipe it right on the floor. It's so much easier just to sweep it up. I'm okay with that. But at least try. At least try.
So what we said earlier, and I think that's it. Just that effort alone for you, and you deal with this all the time, makes all the difference in the world.
That's right. Never
All right.
be presumptuous. Thank you.
All right. There we
Thank
go.
you.
See, from
Appreciate it,
a
Steph.
professional.
Hang on here. Pat has a comment. Hi, Pat. Good morning.
Good morning, Ed.
Hey, good morning, man. What's up, Pat?
Patrick.
I just wanted to say, like, so on the other end of it, like, when a flight's over, I mean, they do clean the planes, right? Like, so, like, in that situation, I see a pregnant woman, there's a mess on the floor, like, and I'm an employee there, like, I'm probably going to talk crap about them behind their back, but I'm probably just going to grab a vacuum and clean it up before I go tell a pregnant woman to get on the floor and clean it up.
So Pat, you're the passenger who's supposed to get onto the next plane, right? And your flight's at 1:30, and you got to wait for the flight attendants to clean up after all the kids that are on the plane. Like, you can't board the plane until the flight attendants clean everything up. So what you're saying here now is all right, well, there's 150 people on the plane. Everybody can make a mess, and the flight attendant's got to clean it up.
I mean, I could probably, with a little dustbuster, clean up my popcorn in about 10 seconds.
No, so what? They come in, they're ready to go, and they can clean it up. However, just would it be too much to make an effort, Pat? I think that's what people are saying. Is that
not at all? Not
Yeah.
at all. But I'm just saying, like, rather than end it up on the news,
Yeah.
just grab a dustbuster.
You got to understand, there's literally nothing else going on in the world than
Well,
this.
that's the thing.
And that's why it cut through.
It's on the news not because of the flight attendant, but because of the privileged
celebrity.
baseball player.
Yeah,
He's a baseball player.
Yeah.
All right. Well, interesting. All right, Pat. Thanks for your 2 cents. Let me see. I will go to. Hang on a second. Peter. Hi, Peter. Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, Peter.
No, first of all, as Pierre would say, it could have been avoided. To Nick's point, it's going to happen. Parents, though, can be a little bit responsible, but giving a kid a toddler popcorn is like giving them a glitter bomb. It's going to end up everywhere. And in a public location, come on, man, a little foresight.
Are you talking about on the airlines side?
Yes, sir. Yes, I am.
Because the airline gave him the popcorn.
Yeah.
No.
So something that's more containable as a treat or to keep the kid occupied, anything other than popcorn.
Well, my understanding is they usually hand out to the kids, they'll hand out gravy boats.
Oh, okay. Well, no, and listen, any snack item you're going to give to a kid is like that. We're talking about Cheerios. We're talking about, pretzels and things like that. So it's going to make a mess, no matter what. I mean, here, we keep calling these kids it. All right. Well, thank you, Peter. I appreciate it. Don't touch it. Don't touch it. It's not trained.
It's angry.
That sounded horrible. Oh, my God. I will.
You spilled it all over the floor.
I have Mike. Hey, Mike. Good morning.
Hey, bitches.
Hey, what? What's up, Mike?
How you doing?
Good. What's up, buddy?
A bunch of years ago, when my son was a lot younger, we were shopping at Acme, and he accidentally knocked over a display and knocked over a bunch of stuff. So he looked at me, I looked at him, and I said, you know what you need to do right now, right? He said, clean it up. I said, that's my boy.
There you
So
go.
he started cleaning it up. No muss, no fuss. Next thing I know, a woman comes around the corner, sees what's going on, and chastises me because my son's cleaning up his own mess. And she started to clean it up for him.
Wait, this was a customer, a fellow customer?
Yeah, just some random person.
Was it a woman? Does a woman just butted into your thing?
What's that?
A woman just started criticizing you out of the blue? Was that who came around the corner?
I think we lost it. Yeah, it was a fellow customer.
Yeah.
Who said that? I'd mind your own goddamn business.
I'd punch her right in the face.
Yeah, that's basically what I said. I was furious. I looked at her. I said, he's my son. Nobody's upset. I'm not yelling. He's simply cleaning up his mess as if he was home.
No, that's your business. You told him to do the right thing. If somebody knocks over a display, you're supposed to at least again make the effort. and try to do that.
Yeah.
You were right. She
Exactly.
was wrong.
And I looked at my son. I was like, thank you for being more mature than that person was.
Yeah, no kidding.
Mike, I
Exactly.
hope you followed her home.
Thank you, Mike.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that's about. Get your nose out of this guy's business.
Listen, Preston, have you ever? I've seen adults knock stuff over and walk away. Not even kids.
Yeah.
It's the other day, so I'm in.
Where is that? Well, it was historical yesterday. The largest rocket ever built, most powerful rocket ever built, took off and headed to the moon. It is going to take 4 people the furthest away than any human being has ever been from planet Earth. It's pretty amazing.
It was amazing and nostalgic because I'm back in. I'm all in.
Yeah.
Let's go. Let's keep it going.
And also, I was sitting there with my family watching the coverage, and all of a sudden, a familiar face pops up on the screen on NASA's official coverage of this. I turn to my family, I'm like, I know that guy. He's in my book club. Please welcome the chief astronomer of the Franklin Institute, Mr. Derek Pitts, joining us today.
Good morning, gentlemen.
How you doing, Derek?
Post-launch, I'm doing great.
Excellent. Hey, dude, I was so surprised to say I did not know you were going to be a part of the coverage.
Of course, they couldn't do this without yours truly.
Well, they just know what we've known all along is that you are the absolute source to go to for all of this stuff. Your ability to convey all the things that are going on. I think in a large way, Derek, so much of this, sometimes people just go, they kind of get overwhelmed. But to me, it's the overwhelming aspect of so much of what is going on that I find so fascinating. And, And that was a picture-perfect launch yesterday, was it not?
It was. It really was. Everything worked exactly according to plan. The rocket engines fired perfectly. The solid rocket boosters did what they were supposed to do. Everything happened right on time. There were no glitches, no problems, nothing like that. And that's always amazing because of the complexity of the launch system. And I just love the complexity of it and the fact that we actually can do very difficult things if we put our minds to it and just like buckle down and do the work.
There was an interesting moment, and I actually kind of got a little freaked out, Derek. It was after the solid rocket booster separation. I was looking at the video they were showing, and I saw these little glinting things in the air, and I'm like, oh no, because you remember when the Challenger happened, it was after solid rocket booster separation, and then they went throttle up, and then boom, everything went away. And I started seeing these other, and you saw it didn't look normal, it looked different. And I saw these things, I'm like, uh-oh, I hope there's not a problem. But they said that they were certain panels that they were ejecting from the craft, and I guess they were showing reflections of the sun or something like that. Did you see that, what I'm talking about?
I did, yeah, and I know exactly what you're talking about. There are panels that actually shielded the RS-25 liquid rocket motors that were added to the bottom of the core stage to protect those liquid rocket motors from the heat and exhaust of the solid rocket motors. And the reason why this is a difference is because when those RS-25s were used on Space Shuttle, the plane of those liquid engines was further away from the solid rocket motors on the Space Shuttle. So they didn't need protection. In this case, the solid rocket motors and the liquid motors are almost at the same plane at the bottom of the spacecraft. So because the solids are generating so much heat, they needed to protect the exhaust skirts of the liquid motors, and they have these panels that are like skirts that come down, right? So what they had to do was jettison those. They didn't need them anymore, so they get rid of the extra weight, and they also give the liquid rocket motor engines a little bit more room to flop around as they're steering the spacecraft.
So we're watching something that's a little bit taller than Big Ben. Launch. The SLS system lifts it up, and all the time, Derek, I was thinking of our last conversation, which is that fuel to escape our orbit, Earth's orbit, if you apply that to a launch in space. I mean, my mind started reeling. And that ultimately is the goal, to start launching from space, correct?
Yeah, that is the ultimate goal, is to try to do this kind of stuff from a lower gravity environment, whether it's Earth orbit or on the moon, where you don't need to use so much thrust because the gravity gradient, the climb uphill, so to speak, is much gentler if you're outside of the, further away from the surface of the Earth. Right. So if you had all of that thrust, 8.8 million pounds, going from the moon, you blasted yourself past Pluto by
yeah.
So is part of the goal of eventually people, boots on the ground again on the moon and building a habitation there? Is part of that to store fuel that will eventually take this spacecraft from the moon, with a little less gravity to deal with from there and further out?
If you spin this out really far, the ultimate thing to do is to build up the infrastructure of the moon such that you're gathering up the lunar soil, regolith, you're breaking that soil down to its elemental components, including the hydrogen and oxygen that are there. You're using that hydrogen and oxygen in your fuel manufacturing processing plant on the moon. You're refining it so you can use the hydrogen. You can reduce it down to a liquid, and then you can do the same thing with the oxygen, make that a liquid, right? And then you can use that as the fuel for the spacecraft. They're going to go out into the rest of the solar system.
Wow.
That's if you spin this out. That's what you're ideally doing. But, listen very carefully here. We're talking about building an infrastructure that can process regolith, pull out the hydrogen and oxygen, and then compress it from a gas into a liquid, and then pump it around into storage containers cryogenically, keep it, really freezing cold, so it's available for use at the corner pump to fill up your rocket and blast off to other destinations.
But we're probably generations away from that. I'm so sorry.
Yeah. Are we talking generations from that?
I think we are.
Okay.
Well, that's a challenge.
It's infrastructure. It is.
Yes.
Yeah.
So in the meantime, they put you on the astrophage committee. And then we're going to be golden.
Right.
So there's a couple of firsts going through the different list of things here. The fastest re-entry in decades. On the return, the crew will re-enter Earth's atmosphere at around 25,000 miles an hour. Explain what all that entails.
So what that entails is, of course, coming back from the moon on this free fall trajectory around the moon. They're going to do the translunar injection burn later today, and that's going to put them on a course such that the moon's gravitational pull will intercept them, pull them in a loop around, essentially like kind of slingshot them around, give them a little bit of extra momentum, and they'll fall back toward Earth. So you get the angle right coming into the Earth's atmosphere. The mass of the spacecraft is going to help to generate the speed that they're coming in. And then when they hit the atmosphere just right, as they push into the atmosphere, the compression of the atmosphere heats the air around it. And because of their velocity, 25,000 miles, it's going to be really hot.
So you're saying just right. Of course, if it's just wrong, that also at that speed presents a whole host of
You only have two options. You either come down at a steeper angle and burn up completely, or skip out of the atmosphere and head toward the sun and burn up there.
Wow.
Either one.
Derek, as it re-enters the atmosphere and going that fast, and obviously, you're having resistance from the atmosphere, and it's going to start slowing things down quite a bit. How much does it slow down that speed? Because eventually they have a series of chutes they have to open to slow things down even more. But the atmosphere alone, how much will that slow down the progression of the spacecraft?
Like 25 minutes.
Wow.
So you're going from 25,000 miles an hour to like 10 miles an hour to plop into the ocean in 25 minutes.
It's unbelievable.
My question was, though, actually, how much does the atmosphere slow down in miles per hour from 25,000 miles per hour, just using the atmosphere alone, you think?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Okay. Because at some point, they pull the chutes and then it dramatically, will slow it down to safety.
But you are going from 25,000 down to, your chute pop speed is, probably a couple of hundred miles per hour.
Wow.
That's staggering. Yes, that's staggering. Over the course of 25 minutes.
That essentially air does that.
Yes. But it's astonishing. We also have a situation here, Derek, where for the first time ever, maybe Apollo 8 would be the last I can remember, 4 astronauts in space at once, correct?
There were only 3. I think.
3 astronauts on Apollo 8.
Right.
Right. We have 4 astronauts in Orion.
Yes.
Plus.
That's what I meant. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Right. And then 6 astronauts, I think it is, on Space Station.
Right. Okay.
Wow. So one thing that was being repeated in the coverage yesterday, Derek, was that they'll be on the far side of the moon. And a phrase that was used, this will be the first time that human eyes are going to see some of the locations that they'll be going across. And my question was, how well, via satellites and so on, mapped is the moon on that side? Is it completely mapped and it's just human beings have never actually seen parts of it with their own eyes? Or have we seen the entire moon with our satellites and other equipment?
It's completely mapped.
Okay. But just no one has actually looked
visually
with their own
it.
eyes in that place. Okay.
Yeah, this is a really interesting thing because it took me a while to wrap my head around this because I hadn't really thought about it. But the way the Apollo missions were set up was so that the Apollo astronauts were landing on the near side of the moon during lunar daytime. Okay? When the near side of the moon is facing the sun. Right? And also facing us, obviously. So the astronaut that was left on board the command module orbiting around the moon while he waited for his friends to come back up from the surface, he was passing across the dark side of the moon during lunar night.
Yes.
So he couldn't see the dark side of the moon.
Didn't even think about that. Yes.
Right. We don't even think about that. But that was the setup that NASA used to get illumination on the side of the moon where they were going to land.
And it's amazing.
So they figured he doesn't need to see the dark side. He doesn't need to see the far side of the moon because nothing's happening over there right now. Everybody's on the front side. So that's the reason why, in this case, it could be said that humans are going to see things on the far side of the moon they haven't seen before.
Okay.
So here's a nuance to this that I find fascinating, and perhaps you can expand on this. So we have the space station. Obviously, they have facilities for people to live on board. This is going to be a spaceship moving along that, what I understand, has about 30% more than any of the Apollo crafts, or that more room.
30% more room, yeah.
Including a galley. And so what is it like? How much more space, and what are they dealing with as for lack of a better term, amenities as they're traveling on this trip?
I would think that the Apollo astronauts would look at this spacecraft and consider it roomy. They would think it's roomy.
Yeah.
Right? And I think the space is big enough that you actually could rip a fart and not hear it. Okay?
Derek's been listening.
Don't do it.
That's a consideration.
It is. So let's talk amenities for a second.
All right.
So there is a galley where they can cook food, quote unquote cooked food. There is a bathroom that has a door on it, so you can actually close the door to the bathroom and have a little bit of privacy. That's pretty cool. And there's room inside that you can actually stretch yourself out. And there are 2 sections. There's actually one section that's tall enough for the tallest astronaut, who I think is 6'2", to actually fully stand up straight.
Wow.
So that's good, right? So there's plenty of room. It's still close quarters. We're talking about, like the inside of 2 minivans or something like that.
Right. Wow.
Like a RV kind of size, medium-sized RV kind of thing. So it's still small, but it's roomier than Apollo was.
How much is that human element? Because obviously, again, I know a large part of this is studying. You're talking about these astronauts on this trip, dealing with these amenities, the extra space, the extra concerns, psychologically, the human element, how the body reacts. All of that, I'm sure, is being studied to great extent. What is your impression of what they're hoping to glean from this trip on the biological level?
I would say that the extra space alone makes the astronauts feel a lot better.
Okay.
It's much roomier. Yeah. Now, we have to contrast, though. Hold on. We have to contrast a couple things. When you think about these astronauts that are on this mission, 3 of them have spent copious amounts of time on space station, where they had a lot of room. They had gobs and gobs and gobs of space. So for them, it feels different. It feels like they're a little cramped, okay? Right. But if you think about the shirt sleeve environment that they're in and the extra comforts of home that they have with the amenities that they have windows they can look out of and all that kind of stuff, it's not so bad to make the trip out. But these studies will help NASA figure out what else can they do to make the astronauts feel more comfortable on a trip.
So for me, this is the most linear to getting to the USS Enterprise, to getting to Voyager, and all of these spaceships, to classical science fiction spaceships. And so much as we've talked about this, chicken and egg between speculative fiction and what we end up with. But I mean, to have a craft that would have those amenities and start to expand upon that, this seems to be a step towards that.
It is a step towards that, but let's go back to what we were talking about before. If you want to get to the Star Trek thing, you got to build it in space.
Yeah.
Right? So this is the hard reality of, physics is just unforgiving. It's just unforgiving, right? So if you want to do that kind of thing, like the Star Trek stuff, you have to build it in space because the chemical rocket situation cannot provide enough thrust to lift the mass you need to have a space like that, unless you do it like Space Shuttle did it. I mean, look at International Space Station. It's enormous, the size of a football field, but that was built piece by piece by piece in a spacecraft that could launch something the size of a school bus. So you could do it that way, piece by piece by piece, but that's the only way you'll get the space you need.
Yeah, when it comes to physics, you got to play by the rules, right?
You absolutely have to. There's no bending the rules.
Yeah. With their schedule, they're going to do the lunar induction, the firing up of the engine some point today, right? Yeah, and
translunar insertion burn, it's later today.
I'm curious what the coverage is going to be like for this, Derek. If you happen to know, I don't know if that's your area or not, because the ability to do that now. If you look back at some of the Apollo stuff later on, well after the missions were over, they were filming tons of stuff. The separation of the stages and all kinds of stuff that I didn't see until decades later. I'm like, I didn't know they had all this stuff. But now we have the capability to put cameras pretty much everywhere, even though weight is everything when it comes to exploring in space.
Yeah, but a GoPro weighs nothing.
Yeah, right. So are we going to be able to see things like these next maneuvers?
So the press kit says that there are cameras available everywhere that will live stream what's happening across the mission.
Okay.
I don't know how stable those cameras are yet. And, I suggested last night in a post that, let's give them a chance to get on orbit, get settled, and then, turn the cameras on and get everything stable. And I'm hoping that NASA, on the NASA channel, will have those cameras up and operating as soon as possible, because I've been telling people that according to the press kit, you'll be able to follow along on NASA video to see everything that's happening. And that's a huge difference. As you're pointing out, Preston, that's a huge difference from what was available for the Apollo missions.
So in a day of accomplishments, and we're just totally swept up in it, I do have to say there was one sort of detraction, and Preston and I were talking about this, and Casey, the screen went dark a couple times on the feed, and I was expecting, as you just said, in an age of GoPros, we're going to see it like we've never seen it before, and we did not.
Yeah.
So clearly you're frustrated as well by that.
Absolutely, because, if you're following this stuff, as I know you are, Steve, if you watch the SpaceX launches, you can watch from the moment the rockets fire on the pad all the way up to when all the stage separations happen. And you can watch the upper stage burning in space for the whole trip. If they let the video run, you can watch it all the way through with no break. And I'm thinking, wait a minute, are you telling me that NASA's technology is inferior to SpaceX's technology, at least for this camera work? You got to be kidding me.
Yeah, and because it's such an inducement. If you're trying to breed the next generation of people, you see that, maybe you're on the fence. You're like, oh my God, no, that's not ILM. That's real.
Real.
Yeah. And
that's real.
You need to have it. We're so used to seeing things cinematically. You got to at least rise to the occasion. And
you know what's most impressive about what they do over at SpaceX in this regard, Steve, is the video is continuous.
Yes.
There's no break. It's like, we've got this. We can do it. Yeah,
Agreed.
we can do this.
Yeah.
So I think that's a really important point. I know you heard about the toilet situation.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. And
So
they were able to fix that problem?
yeah, they got that fixed. It was a controller issue, and it took them a while to like dig through the electronics and the control stuff. And I can't help but think about the Big Bang Theory episode in which Wolowitz, was in control, and the engineer that built the toilet, and they had to call him and get him up there, all that kind of stuff. But this is a perfect example of the reality of space travel. Is that you've got a system on board. In case it fails, you have to be able to work with the ground engineers to figure out how to fix it. And there has to be a fix available for the astronaut in space. No matter what the problem is, there has to be a fix for the astronaut to actually effect in space.
So
see what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Not just figure it out.
Absolutely.
But there has to be something the astronaut can do in space to make it work.
So in the overall 30,000 foot, no pun intended, view, it is to get as much as we can in production into space and start that process going. When are we looking at the actual landing on the moon for the next iteration?
Yeah, if you look at some of my posts, I have mistakenly been saying that it's going to be Artemis 3, but it's really Artemis 4, and that's two flights out from now. That's supposedly going to be early 2028, in which they're actually going to put 2 astronauts down on the surface.
Man,
early 2028.
Last time we spoke to you, Derek, I had asked about a lunar module, and you had said, "Oh, they don't have one yet," which seems pretty last minute to me.
Oops.
Yeah, and
we forgot.
And still no design concepts that have been floated that we've seen.
Okay, right.
Okay.
So they've let the contracts out to both SpaceX and to Blue Origin to get something built. Okay. And supposedly they're going to have something to test later this year or early next year. Here's the thing, though. What SpaceX is looking at is they're looking at getting a version of Starship in a configuration that can land on the surface of the moon and then blast off again.
Wow.
To bring astronauts back, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, now, we're talking about getting a Starship, the configuration to do this. Mm-hmm. They're still trying to figure out how to refuel Starship in Earth orbit. So they haven't done that yet. Supposedly that's coming later this year. Okay.
I mean, they're working on it. It's not like they don't have any plan. You know what I mean? Like,
still,
these are really, really smart people.
Yeah.
Right. So let's do this. Let's do this. What we really ought to do is, and to your point, Casey, here's the thing to do. Let's just take the time frame, take the schedule, and just stretch it out a couple of years.
Okay.
Let's not say, oh, this can't be done, but let's just say, let's give them a couple of years grace and look toward getting it done reliably and safely in maybe a year or two more than what they've said. Now, I want to be wrong. Yeah. I want to be way wrong. I want to see them put astronauts on the moon in early 28. I just can't make it work in my head. And I'm thinking that even Musk, with the hundreds of billions of dollars he has available to throw at this or to throw at any kind of space problem, also has to be, wed to what your engineering capability is in the time frame that you're talking about.
This is why.
So that's all.
This is why I think you lose momentum, and we did lose momentum, and I think there was just there would have been exponential leaps forward that we lost simply because we tapped out for a while.
But ran out of money.
But that's in the past now. Now we're doing this. So it's funny though, Derek. With all the things that have happened, I find myself still discovering things about space and satellites that I had no idea had occurred, or at least maybe I'd forgotten it's been so long. And I was reading about the Venera 7, the Soviet satellite that landed on Neptune. Is that correct?
No. Landed on Venus.
Venus. Okay.
Yeah.
And then apparently transmitted data for about 24 minutes.
Pictures.
We're both space fanatics. Were you aware of that? And that was 1970?
Vaguely.
We're not going to tell you about the successes of the Russian space program.
But still, for all mankind, each chip in it is something amazing.
Sure.
I mean,
yeah, look, you have to give the Russians credit because no matter what their difficulties have been, they have doggedly kept at it.
Yeah.
They really have doggedly kept at it. So the Venera missions to Venus, they had several Venera missions to Venus, and the culmination was that Venera 2 that landed on the surface. It stayed alive for about 40 minutes. It stayed alive long enough to take 2 or 3 really good pictures of the surface of Mars and get them sent back to Earth before it melted.
It just melted. So in our solar system, is Venus of the ice giants, I guess is what it's classified as, correct?
Not Venus. No, Venus is the other way. Venus is 800 degrees atmospheric temperature.
I have
we're all over the solar system.
My notes are. I'm overwhelmed.
Yes, of course. It over the other
You're
way.
exactly right.
You'll have it right.
Right.
Yeah.
So is it the most oppressive, caustic, if you're going to rank in deadliest, is it the deadliest planet in the solar system?
It is.
Right.
There's no question about that. It's the deadliest planet in the solar system. Certainly for the rocky planets, if you're talking about the outer planets, you could say that they're deadly in a different way, but the difference is that they're all cold.
Yeah.
Out beyond Mars, they're all cold. So it's just cold out there. But here on this side, Venus has this very, very dense carbon dioxide atmosphere that actually holds in infrared radiation. So radiation from the sun comes to Venus, penetrates the clouds, strikes the surface. The radiation then converts out to infrared, gets trapped under the clouds, and so Venus is incredibly hot.
And so
a little sticky too.
A little sticky too, and not to mention that the atmosphere itself is relatively unbreathable.
A couple more questions here.
Yeah.
The moon. I have so much stuff. It's because of you, Derek. You're so freaking
so much cool stuff.
The Titan, moon of Saturn, satellite.
Yes.
We landed a satellite on Titan.
We did. Yes.
Were you aware?
No.
Probably not. I don't know, man.
Probe on the surface of Titan.
And I'm embarrassed because we love this stuff, and I'm like, I had no idea. This stuff needs to be promoted more. I mean, I think these achievements kind of just go into the ether.
And there are photos also from the surface of Titan.
I mean, that blows my friggin' mind.
It's crazy, right?
Yes.
It's really crazy.
But Saturn itself cannot be landed on, right? I mean, it's gas.
Yeah.
It is. You can't land on Jupiter. You can't land on Saturn. You can land on the moons, but you can't it's almost like what would be the point? I mean, you can't land on for example, Io.
Yeah.
You can't land on this moon of Jupiter called Io because the surface is so hot it liquefies sulfur.
Right. Oh
So
my God,
I forget what that temperature is, but like 1,500 degrees surface temperature kind of thing. So you're not going to land there, but you can land on Titan. Sure, it's super cold, but you can land there, right? And there's enough light you can take a couple of pictures and stuff like that. But it's so here. Now, don't forget, Steve, the other part about this is, remember, Titan is relatively tiny.
Yeah.
So to actually thread the needle to get a spacecraft from here out to Saturn, then take the lander, drop it off, and drop it on Titan, and have it hit right on the money, that's amazing. That's really amazing.
Everyone should know that damn story.
Okay, now take that same idea and apply that to that little rover rolling robot that crashed into the glass facade of the bus stop that we all saw in the video last week, right? And it couldn't negotiate that. It's like, what are we doing here?
That's the dichotomy. That is the fascinating aspect.
Let's get the Titan team on getting us a pizza. Without it crashing somewhere.
We need to do that.
Oh my goodness.
Let's apply these technologies. That's called applied engineering.
There, this is exciting stuff. It's reignited, a lot of people's interest in all things exploration and space and science, and that's only healthy. It's a wonderful thing. At the Franklin Institute, are you or anyone there going to be doing any special classes or exhibits or things for people to access that touch on the Artemis or anything along those lines?
Yeah, I'm really glad you asked because our latest space exhibit, Wondrous Space, that opened a year or so ago, has in it the capability to live stream images from the web, right? Okay, and you would think that's not a whole lot, but it's a cool thing in an exhibit because we now have a space in which we can mediate, work with our visitors to walk them through really cool stuff that's happening in space. So, for example, yesterday, what I did was on this big screen in the exhibit, I brought up the live stream of the preparation for the launch. And as people came through the exhibit and looked at the screen and saw what was happening, they would say, "Oh, is that the launch that's about to happen?" And now I can engage them in a conversation about what's going on right in the exhibit. And so many people said, "Oh, wow, that's really cool." What more can I ask?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
And I as with everything that we talked about, I know we have to wrap up, but again, the video quality, the presentation, the continuous video, all of these things that excite and incite and I remember just blow you away. And the fact that we can have you with, of course, your expertise, sort of dumb it down and distill it down for us. I think that's how we get more people motivated to really get into this.
That's cool and everything, Steve, but let's get to the real crux of this discussion here. So, Preston, what's your take on Project Hail Mary?
Project Hail Mary, very good. I'm glad you brought that up. I enjoyed the movie, Derek. I thought it was fun. I think they took some liberties and left some things out, which they do because you take a novel and you bring it down to film speed. Yeah. But I thought they portrayed Ryzanoff as a little bit of a goofball more than he was in the book. And they didn't touch on as much science as I wanted to in it because that's what really drew me to the book and to read it multiple times. But overall, it was a really good film, and I can see why it's as big as it is right now. It's got a wonderful heart to it.
What's your take?
Yeah, what about you?
We want to hear from you.
Yeah, Preston, I have to tell you, you're far more generous than I am.
Okay. I was being nice, but yeah, I was a little disappointed at the beginning, and it kind of soured me a little bit. But I can see why people might enjoy it. But what about it touch you the wrong way?
So I would say that... So the problem for me is that dichotomy between what's in the book and what's on the screen. Mm-hmm. I recommend that people go see the movie. Okay, fine. It's a nice diversion and nice entertainment. But if you like the movie at all, you really need to read the book. The book, I think, in my mind, is outstanding in how they portray the lead character, how they portray the alien that's in this, and how that relationship builds up over time. I think they do that really, really well. You don't have that much time in the movie to do that, but I'd say this is a great instance where you can put the two together and come out with a real plus.
That seems like a plan.
There was. I was thinking about you, Derek, because in one of the things that they cover greatly in the book was, he uses the astrophage to create the engines of propulsion that they use to be able to get up to almost light speed, and it's because it's so efficient that they could constantly be accelerating for years, and that speed would slowly and keep speeding, keeps like no resistance. It just kept speeding and speeding and speeding up. I just thought that was a lot of people don't understand how the fuel is so important and that we can only go so far because we only have so much fuel to take. This was almost unlimited, and they could just keep accelerating for years, and that's how they were able to reach these amazing speeds. It was little details like that I felt were not touched on at all in the movie.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
And I think if you read the book, what it could do is it really could help you expand your understanding of space travel and conditions in space and the possibilities of, what could be different in a different civilization and different society where the rules of physics are used in a different way to accomplish the same kind of, similar result.
I wanted to see the movie first before I read the book, and I believe there is and I could tell us, and I really did enjoy it. But there is a clear shorthand that they're using, and I like to understand the process, which I believe you do more in the movie The Martian. That gets a little bit more specific.
That's a really good point, Steve. Yeah, you're right. Yeah,
and
absolutely
that's
right.
Andy Weir, same author.
Yeah.
But I want to thank you, Preston, for turning me on to the book. Thank you very much.
You got it. It only took like 3 years, and I got you on board.
Loved it, man. I loved it.
Excellent, bud.
What's next?
I'll tell you down the road. We'll figure something out.
The Big Book of Farts.
All right, thank you, Derek Pitts, guys.
All right, gentlemen. Thanks, everybody.
You got it. Chief astronomer of the Franklin Institute, of which, by the way, we're giving away for a lesson question tickets to the Universal Theme Parks exhibition at the Franklin Institute, which is pretty damn cool, too. So, all right, we're going to take a quick break, and we're going to switch gears in a big way, and we're going to have some classical music here in our studio. The Philadelphia Classical Guitar Society will be here, and we get a performance. It's awesome. We'll be right back.
Acme has wonderful chocolate chip cookies, and then they have these smaller versions now that are perfect to have with tea. So there's one of those plastic containers, where all four parts of the corners the little dimples have to lock for it to hold. So I'm walking around, and of course I have a little bit too much in my hands, and it falls on the floor. And I'm like, this is how I did it. And you can tell me whether I'm wrong or not. I collected up everything. I put it back into the container. I took the bar code off of it and went up and checked out two because I dropped one of their things they were attempting to sell and made it unsellable. And so that's how I did it. I've seen adults.
They didn't make you pay for it, I'm sure, right?
I paid for it at the self-checkout just for the hell. I felt bad that I ruined a product. I know that might be a bridge too far for some people, but cleaning it up was the thing as well.
Right.
And man, those cookies were rolling all over the place.
I broke a bottle. I was at a liquor store, and I went back into the cooler because they had beer there too, and I had a bottle of gin, and I dropped. Or no, I went outside. Actually, I went outside. I had just bought it, and I dropped it. I'm like, you've got to be kidding me! I broke this full bottle, and I brought it back in. I'm like,
look what your bottle did.
They said as long as the seal wasn't broken, that I could get a replacement.
Oh, nice.
So it was. They.
That's pretty nice.
They have that in place.
Did you pick up the pieces of glass or whatever? Or?
I couldn't. I mean, I told them that I made a mess, and of course they were going to. I can't go picking up glass. I don't have a broom or the dustbin.
What I can do is give you a free commercial on the radio show.
Hang on a second. Hold on now. Chris is a flight attendant. Hi.
All right.
Hi, Chris. Good morning.
Hi, how are you?
Good. What's up, Chris?
So I'm a flight attendant, and kids come on all the time and make a mess. So do adults. But I would never have them clean up the mess. I mean, we talk about them afterwards and say what slobs they are and love to see what their house looks like. But we never get them on their knees or even ask them to clean it up. We just talk about them afterwards.
Okay. All right.
Okay. So
do you think this flight attendant was out of line to say? And I don't know how they said it. I don't know if they said, "Oh, ma'am, could you please? Your kid made it made a terrible mess here. Can you clean it up?"
Goodness, I would never have even adjust it. I just talk about it and afterwards.
Well, let me ask you, Chris, what is the one thing that passengers can do that are guaranteed to make the flight attendants talk about you? What do flight attendants hate the most?
Oh gosh, taking their shoes off, constantly getting up and down or leaving the overheads open.
Okay.
And leaving a mess. I actually had an adult that went and he came on and he was mad, and he ripped up the entire safety demo card. And I saw him doing something, and I thought he might have been doing that. And I thought, I'll just clean up his mess later. And he was just angry about his seat and everything. And as he was deplaning, he threw it all up as confetti, and it went everywhere.
Oh, my God.
What an idiot. Hey.
So it's not just kids.
And he did this just because he wanted to, or he thinks that the safety features are a joke, or we have no idea?
He's annoyed about his seating.
He's annoyed about his seating. Okay.
So you tear up the safety card.
But wait a minute, the shoes thing? Come on, man. I have like little slip-on shoes.
You're
in fact, I just took
foot
them off.
model.
I just took them off right now.
I don't care what people think.
The planes are cleaned, like, they're not really cleaned well. And, when you get to a city and you have a quick turn, you're lucky that we get all the trash out of the seat pockets before we have to board everybody.
Right.
Also, they're adults. They can keep their shoes on, Chris.
Oh, no. No, they're not.
No, I mean, honestly, you, Kathy, Chris, whoever, you guys can think and say whatever the freak you want. I don't care.
As long
My
as the
shoes are
shoes,
coming
as long
off.
as your feet don't smell.
Yeah.
So what?
You're
Do
not
you
at home.
know, though? Are you nose blind?
I am not nose blind with my feet.
I'm taking my shoes off. I don't give a crap.
Mine are off right
Well,
now.
Chris is a professional, says to keep your stinky feet in your
I'm
shoes.
with you, Chris.
Tough crap. I'm
I don't
taking
have
them
stinky
off.
feet.
Yeah.
All right.
Come down with Lysol, spray your feet.
Yes, spray your feet with Axe body spray.
You don't even use soap
That
to
would
wash
be
your
worse.
You don't even use soap to wash your feet. Don't say they're clean.
There is soap that travels all down my body that eventually ends up on my feet. My feet are squeaky.
Chris, Preston does it. Kathy says Preston doesn't wash his feet.
He doesn't.
Can you imagine that?
He lets the soap run down his legs.
It just runs down
She
his
knows.
legs.
She knows.
Exactly.
I think though they also give you the little slippers so you can put them on, right?
No, I don't want slippers on. I want my
Who gives you
socks.
slippers?
Well, you're just in your socks. You're not your bare feet. Then you're fine.
Exactly. Yes. I don't take my socks off. I'm not an animal.
Casey
Come on,
probably
man.
does.
Casey, do you take your socks off?
No, and I
No.
resent you for saying that, Kathy.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Chris.
They should give you slippers, though, right? Like as long as we're tossing stuff out there.
Excuse me. It just took its socks off.
I don't know. Slippers?
That'd be nice.
Yeah.
Do
Do you guys ever wear them?
I did once.
Yeah.
I hated
yeah.
them.
What, on the plane or at home?
No. At home, around the house.
There's
No.
slipper season. Hell yeah.
Right now?
All
No,
year,
we're coming out of.
Yeah, we're coming out
We're
of
almost
slipper
done. Yeah,
season.
No.
We're in flip-flop season now.
I never
year.
wear.
Casey, I can't believe he just asked who wears slippers.
I wear
Casey-
slippers.
Casey and I wear the same UGG slippers. If you don't wear slippers, you have to get these and you'll wear
Okay.
slippers.
I do like slippers.
Yeah.
I will wear
yeah.
I'll
the
try them out.
sneakers or whatever my footwear was, unless it's like formal stuff.
Yeah.
I'll switch. You don't know if a deer is going to come jumping through that window.
don't.
Right.
You got to be able.
But that's why you keep your slippers by the door.
No, you gotta wear them.
sneakers by the door.
I can go outside with slippers.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. Well,
totally.
these
In
are
an
like
emergency.
rugged outdoor indoor
Yeah.
slippers.
They're
yeah.
tactical slippers.
Yeah. Those are I would say more of the colder weather slippers.
Sure.
I have warm weather
Yeah.
slippers as well.
So do cold weather slippers, that coincides with sweatshirt season, right?
I
Like
think so.
They're the same, like hoodie season?
Yeah.
okay.
Yellowstone
are
pajama
cold.
pants season. Yes.
We're working our way into foot
Hold-
bath season, by
Real
the way.
quick, I just want to ask Casey one question because I think here's where we're going to separate. Do you wear those? Do you actually wear those slippers outside?
I do.
Okay, yeah.
Not like-
now we're on different pages.
Well, like to take the trash out or something like that.
Take the
If it's
trash
chilly,
out
you got to run
or-
outside real quick, go get the mail,
Stomp down the mulch.
Or
Yes.
if I'm like I got to go pick somebody up from not class, but like practice or something
Oh,
like
she
that. If I'm
just
gonna be
got
in the car.
side-eyed by Kathy on
That's like
that.
wearing
driving.
pajama pants to Wawa.
Yeah, but that's what the
Oh,
kids are
dude,
doing.
I want to get a group of people to go to Wawa in pajama pants because it's very freeing.
Talk
I
is
love
cheap.
it.
Let's
Yeah.
do it.
Let's do
Let's
it.
rent a bus of people. We'll rent a bus. We'll get everyone in their pajama.
Yep.
And socks, no shoes.
I would love to do that. All right, hang on. I want to go to Todd, who worked in a store that kids would frequently mess up. Hey, Todd, good morning.
Good morning. How's everybody doing today?
Good, buddy. What's going on?
So I actually have an interesting story. One of our beloved Philadelphia Flyers, and I'm I'm just going to keep his name private.
Okay.
He came in with his wife and his two little crotch goblins, and the kids were running all over the place. They were throwing pillows all over the floor. They had like cookies or.
This is a mattress store that you work at, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So, and look, it's expected. You know, I've had it a million times where people come in and they throw pillows around.
Right.
It happens. You know, I get it. But the idea is, like, at the bare minimum, tell your kids, pick the stuff up.
Yeah.
Or make an attempt to just, before you leave, follow them around and pick stuff up.
Sure.
That's all you ask.
When they left the you know, like I said, our beloved Philadelphia Flyer, and his wife did nothing to pick anything up. They walked out. Now, they bought a lot. I was happy with them because they bought a lot. I got a good commission from it. But
were they
still,
French
like,
Canadian by chance?
They were not.
Okay.
That narrows it down.
All right. Well, yeah. So you left. They left, and you had a bad taste in your mouth because it was just disrespectful.
Exactly.
All right. Yeah, I think
it's a courtesy.
you're obliged,
I
even
agree.
if you're a Philadelphia Flyer.
Yeah.
Your kids, if your kids go in and do something, you need to correct what they've done. If it's knocking down a display, if it's sullying the reputation of the NHL, it's what you do.
Let me see here. It's Eric that we're going to go to next. Hey, Eric. Morning.
Hey, good morning, it.
Hey, good morning, it, buddy. What's happening?
Hey, congrats to Marissa for getting married.
Pass along your love.
So I used to work in customer service, retail. I work in construction now. Shout out to Glazers 252. But I was raging to Nick through the text earlier. This Anthony Bass guy. What gets me the most is the entitlement, like the basic human decency of just pick up after yourself. Teach your child to pick up after yourself. It's your job as a parent. And Nick, you can check the stats on me. He can't even do his own job as a closer in baseball. He can't do his job as a parent. He blew up online. This dude's failing.
93 WMMR, Everything Rocks. That's one of my all-time favorite guitar riffs right there. I wonder if our next guest could play that.
She'd have to really work at it.
Yeah, maybe it'd be too much to ask. I don't know. But we'll explain who we have here in our studio in just a moment. It's about 9 minutes after 9 o'clock on a Thursday morning with Preston and Steve Show. Bit of a gray day today. This little bump of the road we have this week, but things are looking better tomorrow. High 73, and then Saturday's 80 degrees. Sunday for Easter, maybe rainy again. Temperatures hovering around 70 or so. So that's a peek at your weekend. We're going to take a look at traffic, and then we will officially welcome our guests here into the studio. Marissa, what's going on?
76 eastbound, we're jammed up between the Boulevard and Vine, westbound from Vere to South Street. And 95 southbound from Cottman Avenue out to the Vine. Joshua Road, both directions are closed between Ridge and Germantown, and this is for a downed utility pole. This traffic report is brought to you by the Crohn's Colitis Foundation. The Crohn's and Colitis Foundation has led inflammatory bowel disease research and care for over 50 years. Learn more at crohnscolitisfoundation.org. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, thank you, Marissa. We are excited to have an encore performance here in our studio because these people have been here before. And we're very excited. There is an event coming up. It's Guitar Festival Weekend, which is going to be April 18th. And we'll get to all of the details here in just a moment. But you'll be able to see one of the premier guitarists in the world as far as classical music goes.
Absolutely.
We are welcoming back to our studio Ana Vidović. Who is here this morning. Hello.
Nice to see you again.
How are you, Ana?
I'm great. How are you doing?
Wonderful. Thank you.
Nice to see you again.
You too. Vidović or Vidović?
Vidović.
It is Vidović.
Yes.
Okay. Wanted to make sure I pronounced that correctly.
That's good.
And along with Ana, we have in our studio, and I have some titles. We have the professor of neuropsychology at Drexel and president of the Philadelphia Classical Guitar Society, Mr. Eric Zillmer is here with us. Good to see you again, Eric. How are you, sir? How are you, sir?
Thank you. I'm great to be here on the morning show.
You look the other way.
No, I was just thinking Anna's applause was much more, so that's great, you know.
Yes,
so
as well it should be.
Yeah, of course.
Let's hear it for Eric, everybody. All right, and then we also have joining us composer and artistic director of the Philadelphia Classical Guitar Society. This is Jordan Peterson. Jordan, how are you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Are you satisfied with the applause that we gave
I
you?
am very satisfied.
I was looking for a cricket sound effect.
You
but I
should have
couldn't get to
introduced
it.
me first.
I know. I'm
Yeah,
sorry. They got top billing.
Yeah,
right.
We were worn out by the time we got to you.
We'll work on that. Before we get to the event and all that, just a little background on the Philadelphia Classical Guitar Society. Eric, can you tell us a little bit about the group and how long it's been around and what people might want to know about it?
Yeah, we are in our 59th year of celebrating the classical guitar in the greater Philadelphia area through concerts, workshops, and community outreach. We're a little bit like you guys. We love guitar culture and music culture.
Mm-hmm.
We do feature, the nylon string classical guitar, but we love music, and we have a festival coming up for people who love music and love guitar. It's April 18th and 19th. And Ana Vidović is going to be playing at the opening concert at 7:30 at First Presbyterian Church. I have to tell you something that is already sold out.
Oh, it is?
Yes.
Wow. Okay.
But on the 19th, we have Festival Day with more concerts at Sayin Music School in Queens Village. All of our information is on phillyguitar.org. So it's great to be here, and thank you for having us.
So,
wow.
Ana's you're a resident of the area, right? You live in the area.
I am,
And
yes.
how many years have you been here now?
For about 3 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm sure you listen to us every morning as part of
Yes. Well, actually, we were listening to you as we were driving here, and we love it.
There we go.
So we were getting into we love the music, and so it's great to be back.
Yeah, no, absolutely. There's
We
something
played
about
Somebody to Love as loud as you can. Yeah, we heard you guys. I'm saying, with the windows down coming up.
It gets you. You got to sing along with that song.
Yes, it's a great song.
I have a question about guitar, the instrument in classical music. When did that become an instrument that was starting to be written into classical compositions? Because it's a younger instrument than some of those out there. Ana, do you happen to know the answer to that?
Yes, it's a much younger instrument than let's say violin or cello. These other instruments have a very long tradition and also a much wider repertoire. So this is one of the things that we as classical guitarists really have to be aware of and are aware of. So the way we choose a repertoire, to present the classical guitar in the best possible way. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of original compositions that were written for, let's say, violin or cello. So
there's a lot of adapting.
Yes, we're playing a lot of arrangements. For example, I love Johann Sebastian Bach, so I have to choose arrangements that are comfortable for me to play, and also that represent classical guitar in a certain way. So yes, we have to be aware of these things because guitars are very young instruments.
When I usually think of classical guitar, I usually think of a solo performer. I don't think of an ensemble. I don't think of with an entire 30-piece orchestra. But it happens. It's certainly a part of that world. But a lot of it seems to be solo performances.
Most of it is. It's very much a solo instrument. It cannot be a part of let's say, a big orchestra, right? Such as violin or cello. So, but we can play as a soloist with the orchestra or with the ensembles. So we have a lot of different ways that we can, represent the guitar.
What's the largest group, number-wise, of guitarists that you have played with at the same time, like one piece together?
You mean with the guitarists?
Yeah.
I played in ensembles, let's say maybe 10.
Okay,
10
all right.
guitars. Yes, and you can also play with, let's say, a symphonic orchestra with all the musicians behind you.
Sure.
You can play, but as a soloist. So
yes,
it's an instrument that lends itself to that. It is the connection to the artist, the instrument, and then out to the audience. But you, and we talked about this, you're a fan of all types of guitar playing. The list I have here, you mentioned Bach, but Stevie Ray Vaughan, Joe Satriani, Yngwie Malmsteen, Steve Vai, all of these people are people that you, and you're a rock fan, you're a big Beatles fan.
Yes, I'm a big Beatles fan, of course. And yes, all these names that you mentioned, I really admire, and I grew up listening to them. So I think as musicians, it's important to surround yourself with a lot of different styles of music. It's not only classical.
Was the rock from the get-go? Because you were a legitimate child prodigy. You had this capability that your whole family's musical. Your brother sort of was your inspiration to get into this. But was rock always there? Rock guitarist as well? Everything all at once?
I think so. I think it was there from the beginning because my father was played electric guitar.
Oh,
so he also introduced me to all these wonderful musicians. So it was, of course, classical is what I do, but that doesn't mean that I listen to everything, pop, rock, everything. That is good music.
Do you ever rip a howling solo on the axe now and then?
Well, it's for fun, So for fun, yes, and but I can. I'm learning a lot from these names that you mentioned, and I'm watching them, I'm learning, I'm looking at their technique, I'm looking how they present themselves. It's important to have many different influences.
You mentioned rock, Steve, and Jordan here is as a composer and artistic director of the Philadelphia Classical Guitar Society. You look like you walk out of Seattle 1992 here this morning, sir.
The Zappa shirt
and the flannel and everything, a little throwback to that. Are you do you compose for some of the people at the society, or?
Yeah, I do, and I'll actually arrange music. So I've arranged Mars Volta for classical guitar and voice. Or King Crimson.
That's a tough one.
Pieces for classical guitar and voice. So
may I ask what King Crimson?
It was Piece of Beginning on, I believe, Lark's Song Aspect.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. So you really look for something interesting and unique to go for.
Yeah. And I'm a big Zappa fan. My wife got this T-shirt for me, and she she's not a big Zappa fan. So it's
a kind woman. The kind woman. Well, we're going to get a couple of performances from Ana this morning. We requested that. That's cool. So what are we going to lead with, Ana?
Well, as we mentioned, Beatles. I'm going to do the Yesterday. There we go.
And you are tuning in to one of the premier guitarists in the world right now, and right here in our backyard at the Philadelphia Classical Guitar Society. So let's have a listen right now. Ana Vidović on MMR.
cool.
That's gorgeous.
As I'm listening to that, and Preston is a musician, and it sounds like the song is running in 3 or 4 different ways. Like you're looping back around and reintroducing parts of the song and punctuating with it. So did you compose it that way, or how was it adapted?
Is that your arrangement?
Yeah.
It's not mine. That's very nice that you heard that. That's exactly what it is. The arranger is Japanese composer Toru Takemitsu.
Okay.
So he arranged actually entire book of these wonderful songs, and some of them are Beatles songs. And he's also a composer, so he understands guitar, and he understands that. That's why the arrangement is so wonderful, and it fits the classical guitar very well.
You as a performer, what kind of liberty do you have when you're playing an arrangement to take with that and make it a little bit of your own?
It's a great question. I mean, you have to, of course, respect first the song itself. Of course, I listened to the original song many times, and also then the number 2 is the score, the actual arranger, the sheet of the music. I have to study it very carefully, and I have to respect what Takemitsu as an arranger did. And the last one is me. I have to put a little bit of myself in there.
You figure into this prominently.
So. And then the best way to do is musically. You can do a lot of things musically because it's your own individual interpretation. So that's where I come in.
So mainly through like dynamics and tempo, and so that's volume of the sound.
Yeah, I did like sound dynamics, softer, louder, the color of the sound, and also the tempo. I chose a little bit of a slower tempo than, of course, the original is, because I don't know it. I feel it that way, but so that's also a choice. The tempo, sometimes you can choose what you want.
There's a couple of accounts that I follow on Instagram of some guitarists that I love, and they'll take a piece like yesterday and break it down chord by chord and just take a moment and say, listen to this progression from this part to this part. Paul decided that this is the mood he wanted to take, and therefore he used this diminished chord or whatever it may be to convey that. Do you delight in little moments like that when you're learning a song? Go, ooh, that will feel that.
Yeah, of course. I mean, there are so many moments in this particular one where I just want to kind of let even the silence speak for itself. It's some of the harmonies are so beautiful, and so I kind of let it ring, and I enjoy it. Yeah, it's of course the song is amazing, So, but I try to enjoy each harmony and each note.
Yeah, because you're not. Yeah, it has to be part of what you're feeling, right?
Yeah.
I wanted to ask, because we were talking earlier about Amadeus and Mozart and prodigies in general and so on and so forth. And a lot of times we have this impression that someone is, you seem to really enjoy what you do, and knowing about you and the quirky fun things that you're involved with and doing research on you. Sometimes it seems to us that it can be very oppressive if you're imbued with a talent like yours, and it's recognized early that you don't get a childhood, or that you don't get. How would you assess? Because you seem like you're loving this.
I do. Yeah. Well, I'm very fortunate because I kind of found a way to really enjoy what I do, and it didn't come from overnight. I mean, you have to work at it. You have to, because yes, as a child, sometimes. You start doing something, and you have to find yourself still in that.
You have to be a child.
You have to be a child. Yeah. So I think the real love for guitar came later, actually, for me, where I really, really recognized the beauty of the instrument, and was really kind of went into deep dive into the classical guitar, and because as a child you just do it. You don't always think about it. You just do it. And
you were 7 when you gave your first public performance, right? So that's pretty young.
Yeah, that's pretty young. I mean, that's young. But I was surrounded with musicians. My brother was a musician.
So it was normal.
It was quite normal. Yeah.
I wanted to bring up something. I think Preston, you and Casey might share something with Ana, and tell me if this is still the case. Prior to every concert, you eat a couple bananas. Is that true?
I do. You remember? remember. Wow. You remember the bananas. I was thinking about the bananas this morning because I didn't have any bananas. But it's usually I do because we play for about like 2 hours.
So the potassium you need.
Potassium, you need energy. You need to be relaxed.
Casey's usually got a couple bananas laying around.
Where are the bananas? You got them?
Hey, I have one extra. I have one extra.
We'll look you up.
I'll grab that for you. Ryan's going
No,
in.
you don't have to. No. Is it no?
He loves to share his bananas.
Oh, he does?
Seriously. He gets very excited. He walks around. He's like, guys, I got an extra banana
Well,
this week.
Casey and I compare our bananas because you have to buy. They have to be the right ripeness, and if they're going to last you the week, you got to get them when they're at the beginning of their ripening stage.
Are you a banana snob, Anna?
I love banana. There we go.
There's a banana. A banana for Anna.
This is a perfect banana for Anna.
Oh my God!
This is perfect because it's already ripe, right?
Yeah.
It's ready to be eaten. But I'm not going to eat it now. So thank you.
Has anybody ever called you Anna Banana before?
When I was a child.
Okay. Right. Happy we could bring those memories back to you this morning.
Thank you for the banana.
You're welcome.
Do I get to keep it or?
No, it's yours.
That's your
I'll eat
banana.
it afterwards.
We'd be honored. Yeah.
You can, fortunately, with a banana, you can just set it on the ground. It'll be fine because it's in this
That's
peel.
true.
So if you need to do that, can we ask a little bit about the instrument that you're playing here? How long have you had that guitar?
I've had this guitar for quite a long time. This is my favorite. Probably 13, 14 years.
Okay.
That I've stayed with this instrument. This was made in Australia.
Okay.
By maker Jim Redgate, an incredible guitar maker that I've met many years ago, and one of the things with the instrument is that we spend so much time with it that it becomes part of you.
Yes,
it's like you also hold it very close to your body, so you have to feel comfortable with it.
Mm-hmm.
And this guitar was something that I felt comfortable from the beginning. I don't know what it was like. It's like a magical moment that happens, and you just feel that energy from.
It's an extension of you.
And
Yeah.
and in the world of classical music, no matter what instrument you play, we hear about Stradivarius all the time, but it does not matter. Anything within that orchestra, especially at a premium level, those instruments are incredibly expensive. How expensive can a classical guitar get?
Yes, those other instruments are very expensive. Guitar. Hi, Jordan. What do you think? I mean, the most expensive one would be.
So there are different tiers of classical guitar, and it's sort of like Harry Potter world. The wand chooses you.
Right.
You want to try them out, and whatever feels the best and sounds the best to you is good. But a concert classical guitar could range from anywhere from $5,000 to $50,000, depending on the pedigree of the luthier.
So that would be similar to you get violins can be up there and above even more. I mean,
Yeah, and it's a handmade instrument.
Yeah.
That's sort of the classical guitar niche. We're not snobby people, but the snobbiness really lies in the picking and selecting a guitar. It has to be handmade. It can't just be off a conveyor belt.
Right.
It needs to resonate. Et cetera, et cetera.
When you said Australia, I thought, well, I wouldn't think Australia for a guitar. Austria maybe, but so and you is this a person you go to consistently for guitars?
Yeah. I've known him for a long time. We work together. What's great about Jim is that he's a master of innovation. He's always doing new things. He's always trying to change the way classical guitar is perceived. Also, what's interesting about his instruments is they are very powerful and very loud. Today we live in a world where musicians are playing in larger halls. You have to be able to project with the instrument, because classical guitar was always considered as a kind of an instrument to play in smaller salons because of the nature of the sound, So, but now we're kind of pushing the boundaries a little bit. So that's very helpful to have in a classical guitar, but also. As I hope you can hear, it's also a very warm instrument.
Oh, it is.
It
Beautiful.
has both
Beautiful.
qualities.
Anna, before we get your second performance that you're going to do, you had mentioned Bach a moment ago. A little while back, last time we had Sting on. We've had Sting's close friend of ours. No, we had Sting on, and he literally was holding a guitar, and we're like, "Oh, what are you doing with a guitar?" He's like, "Oh, I was just practicing." "Oh, what were you?" We were like, "Wow, you still practice after all these years?" He's like, "Yeah, what were we practicing? It's just playing a little Bach," is what he said. And he likes to do that as just a way to keep his fingers nimble and to keep his craft up. Could you play just a little bit of any Bach that pops into your mind right now? Because you got to tune down. Okay.
Yeah, I think when I was here last time, we played the cello suite, the first.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Love this.
Yeah. That's one of his pieces.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just some of his stuff is technically ridiculous. I mean, what I've heard, at least on the organ and some of the instruments that he would compose for. Does he compose for guitar at all? Did he, or did you just transpose that?
This is transposed.
Okay.
No, and unfortunately Bach did not. But he did compose for other instruments, which arrangements we do play today. So this was a cello. This was originally written for cello. Okay. So yes, we do arrangements, and I love Bach. I mean, this is my favorite. So also we can play pieces that were written for violin, but it has to be transposed for guitar.
Yeah, would imagine.
Who is known for composing very difficult technical guitar music? Or is there a piece that's out there amongst classical guitarists that's like, it's like something that maybe Rachmaninoff did for a piano player, and they're like, whoa, you're taking that on? Good luck, Are there pieces like that for guitar?
Yeah, I mean we do have some difficult pieces. Yeah, so I think each piece is difficult in its own way. Yes, I mean we have Nocturnal by Britten, we have Capriccio Diabolico by Tedesco. It's a kind of like it's a known thing within guitarists to say, oh, you're playing that, or even Chaconne by Bach. Chaconne by Bach is a very difficult. I think one of the most challenging pieces for.
Could you show off a little and show us something really difficult technically? Just a little piece of it.
Chaconne, even the beginning. That's the beginning. The thing about when you're playing a piece that was written for another instrument, we don't have the sustain guitar.
Right.
This was written for violin, so we don't have the ability to sustain the note. So we have to work at it. So this beginning is difficult because you have to sustain these chords, to make sure that they last. I mean, there's many different.
I was thinking vibrating on the frets to keep it going, right?
One of the ways you could, and my teacher always told me just think with your mind, and that's how you do it. I don't know. He always told me to do it with my mind.
I was thinking more of speed, like when it gets into that.
You mean the Chaconne?
No, just any piece in particular, as far as technique goes, that would be considered. Wow.
Yeah, you're going to need that banana. There's a difference between difficult. What's difficult also isn't the most flashy.
Sure.
So flashy is like Leanda, the Asturias, the beginning of the Doors' Spanish Caravan.
I'd have to hear it. I don't know it by title, so.
So like this.
There you go. Yes.
Yeah. That's also technically difficult piece.
Okay.
So,
all right.
But sometimes fast doesn't always mean the most difficult. Sometimes the most difficult things are very slow.
Yeah.
So,
sure, absolutely.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's get another performance from you, if you don't mind. And while we're getting that, Eric, if you could remind us again of the performances where people can go. I know her show is sold out. Ana's show is sold out. But what else is coming up at the Philadelphia Classical?
April 19th, we celebrate the classical guitar at Settlement Music School as part of the Philadelphia Classical Guitar Society Guitar Festival. It's our annual festival. You can go to phillyguitar.org to get all the information. Love to see you. Ana will be giving a master class on Sunday, which means some students are going to sit there and she's going to listen to them.
Awesome.
And criticize is the wrong word, but you get the point, right?
Encourages and
This is still
teaches.
open to people.
Is that BYOB, bring your own banana?
Yes,
you
BYOB.
You could bring your,
So we would love to see you, and you can also see Anna in action on Sunday, April 19th during the master class.
All right.
Watch Anna walk out with like 200 bananas.
Actually, that's a good idea because bananas, because of potassium, they make you. I don't know, maybe.
Listen, you're world caliber. If you say eat bananas, they're going to eat bananas.
Eat banana.
All right, what is the next performance we're going to have? What song is this?
Oh, this is we're gonna let's go back to the Spanish repertoire. This is one of my favorites, from Tárrega, Recuerdos de la Alhambra, which is the memories of the Alhambra.
Okay.
So this is a pure, Spanish sound. Yeah.
All right. This is Ana Vidović on MMR.
So beautiful. I mean, that's classically what I'm like. You started playing, and Preston and I look at each other like, yeah.
I closed my eyes and I saw myself with flowers in my hair.
You were gorgeous.
Thank you.
Yes, and I
felt
was
like
a gaucho.
Steve, I'm just going to give you that look.
Like a silent film.
No,
that
Ana
was amazing.
Vidović, if you're just tuning in.
I have to, just a quick question. You were mentioning, Preston, about sting and practicing. Do you, now rumor has it that you won't go over like 7 hours a day for practice. 7 hours is a lot of practice time. Is that an apocryphal number, or how many hours a day do you spend practicing?
It really depends. It's as a child, I would practice many hours. Sometimes even I would say 10.
Wow.
You know, because you're developing, you're working on your technique and your ability. So you have to work really hard as a child. Of course, to this day. So, but today, I'm a little more mature, so I know how to practice and what to work on and what the weaknesses are and what the strengths are. So I have to work on the weaknesses, first. And I know what
you've refined it.
Yeah. So but 7 hours is a lot without taking breaks, and as we get older, the body works in a different way. So
we know.
So you practice what you need to and how you need to, and I don't know, 2 hours, then take a break, another 2 hours, take a break, another. You compensate and rest, and then you go back to work. So and also depends what I'm working on, So, but sometimes it's countless hours until I finish what I have to do, and yeah.
No, that's amazing.
It's your job. I mean, it's your love and your job.
Yes, it's a job. It's like going to work in the morning.
It's like you in golf, Preston, with the way you get progressively better.
Oh, my God. Somehow gone backwards. I don't know how it's happened, but it has. Well, listen, it's such a treat. We're so glad you came back here today.
Thank you for having me.
And a reminder, the show, her solo performance is sold out on the 18th, but like Eric was saying, on the 19th is a master class. And do you need to be a guitarist to go to this master class?
No. In fact, it's one of the most fun things to do when you're just a musician or just want to learn about the guitar, because you actually see a student playing something and then Ana breaking it down and they're interacting with each other. I tell you, it's like a guitar thriller to watch it. So it's a lot of fun. It's open to the public, but of course you have to pay an entrance. But all the information's on the website.
And that's phillyguitar.org?
That's right.
Okay, excellent. Well, we've got this gem of a group right here in our city, Philadelphia Classical Guitar Society.
Take advantage of it.
Yeah, most definitely. Ana, you're wonderful. Thank you for being here.
Thank you
this
for
morning.
having us again. Thank you so much. It's always a pleasure to see you.
Thank you. And thank you to Eric Zilmer and Jordan Peterson. We appreciate it, guys. Let's hear it for you. Philadelphia Classical Guitar Society here on MMR. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back in just a moment, and we'll get back to the regular stupidity that you know us for.
Expected a failure.
All right. So if he were an effective closer, he'd get a pass.
And now he's gonna hopefully. If anybody working at United is listening, I hope this person doesn't get fired because of this dude's fucking.
He's fired up, Eric.
Fargan.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
No problem. So Eric, let me ask you: if the flight attendant was rude, would that change your perspective of this?
Okay, so I understand there's probably, three sides to the story. What the flight attendant says, what Anthony Bass says, and then what actually happened.
Right.
I'm sure what really happened is somewhere in the middle.
Yeah.
But how he came across in posting, like what he did on Twitter, it just ruined anything that could have gone in his favor. And to top it all off, if you go back and check his Twitter, he posted a picture of his kid holding a bag of popcorn, like, oh, look at my cute little kid, like, as a deflection. Like, come on, dude.
Well, no, I agree about the nature, the tone of his original post seemed a little pompous.
Yeah. And by the way, you're right, Eric. His ERA is like 7.36 or something like that. So
it's terrible. And the fact that he doubled down on it, saying, oh, I got, they're going to take care of it internally. United, whoever's listening, please don't let somebody lose their job because this guy can't teach his kids how to clean up after themselves.
Okay.
Yeah,
no, I agree.
Thank you,
At least a
Eric.
4-year-old, right? A 2-year-old.
5-year-old can clean up after
5-year-old can clean up after
Yeah,
themselves.
right, yeah.
Yep, most definitely. All right, I want to go to one more call. We're going to take a break here in a moment, but Don wants to comment. Hi, Don. Good morning.
Morning, guys. What's the word?
Yeah.
Nope.
No, not going to.
Too late.
All right, so you are you're a rideshare driver.
Yeah, I'm an engineer, but in my off time I do ride share. And people get in and they treat these cars like their personal trash pit with their kids.
I'm sure.
They get in, they want to eat food, they want to have chips. And when something happens, they don't say anything, or they're just like, they'll get out of the car. Even the adults do the same thing. And it's just, they don't teach themselves. They're not parents to their kids. They think it's somebody else's problem to clean up.
Yeah, and it's the wrong way. I remember years ago, Preston. You remember the Good Charlotte we had on years ago, and one of the guys, Benji or Joel, or maybe it was their mother who had worked in a hotel and would clean rooms, and
there were some girls who went up and hung out with them in their hotel room, and they were the girls were getting a little bit rowdy and they were making a mess, and one of the guys, Benji or Joel, goes, "Hey, somebody works here, and they have to clean that stuff up,
right?"
And I think they said, "Yeah, our mom was worked as a hotel maid or staff or whatever." And they were like, "Don't do that."
Gives you a different perspective.
Yeah, I was like, I thought it was pretty cool. Of them too.
That's why we eventually married those guys.
Be observant of that. No, they got married to Lionel Richie's daughter. Wait,
Nicole Richie and Cameron Diaz. So I always consider us them.
I know. Me too.
Yeah.
All right, I lied. I have time for one more call.
All right.
I want to go to Kendra. Hi, Kendra. Good morning.
Hi. Good morning.
Kendra, are you weighing in on this whole mess thing, or what are you calling about?
I just won $1,000.
It's our concert cash winner, Kendra. And Kendra, you also get tickets to the MMRBQ as well. How's about that?
That is so great.
Yeah, congratulations.
$1,000 going to buy a lot of popcorn.
Yeah.
Yes, definitely. And my birthday's Friday, so I can buy myself a nice present.
Oh, that's awesome.
Huge. We are so happy. Where are you from, Kendra?
I'm from Cherry Hill, New Jersey.
All right. Thank you, Jersey girl. We appreciate you listening and especially calling in and winning. And we will see you at the MMRBQ, and we'll give you $1,000 for listening to MMR. All right, Kendra?
All right. Thank you so much, guys.
Happy birthday.
Let's hear it for Kendra. All right. Next chance coming up about 1 hour from now exactly, because it is 9 o'clock. So hang in there. All right, Casey wants me. We're going to, do it when we return.
Yes, sir.
We have a concert announcement when we return. So we'll take a quick break. I know it's a lot to take in. We'll come back in just a moment and we'll get to all that. Stay with us. And Sarah Silverman is going to be joining us as well. Stay put.
Preston and Steve.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
Thank you very much, Kathy. As we have stated a couple times, today is April 20th, which is 420. And that is, of course, the international celebration. I assume it's international. I know it's definitely national. Of marijuana and all things pot.
As you're saying all this, I realize, what is the derivation of Ford?
I'm glad you asked that, sir. Because I've got the history of it.
Right.
And I know we've mentioned it before, but it's easy to kind of forget because it's this weird little thing that happened. The most credible story traces to Marin County, California in 1971.
That's it.
There were 5 students at San Rafael High School, and they would meet at 4:20 in the afternoon by the campus statue of Louis Pasteur.
Right.
And they would get high. And they chose that specific time because extracurricular activities had usually ended by then. And the group of guys, Steve Capper, Dave Reddix, Jeffrey Knoll, and Larry Schwartz, and also Mark Gravich, became known as the Waldos because they met at a wall. There was a wall there, and they called them Waldos.
As simple as that.
So they would say 420 to each other just as a code.
Yeah.
So, if they were in the hallways at school, they'd say, 420, and it was just for them to know. Now, the interesting thing is how it got out into
national.
Yeah. And to become part of pop culture. So,
and I want to find out if it has extended to other countries as well.
That is a good question. Yeah. I'll bet you it has. So Reddix, one of the guys, told Time Magazine in 2017, he said, "We got tired of the Friday night football scene with all the jocks. We were the guys sitting under the stands smoking a doobie, wondering what we're doing there." And it continued long after 4:20 p.m. as well. The group challenged each other to find ever more interesting things to do under the influence, calling their adventures safaris.
Safari.
Yeah. Sick. Go on safari.
Doobies.
So here's where it started to catch on. So later on, Reddix's brother helped him get work with the Grateful Dead bassist Phil Lesh.
Oh, boy.
As a roadie.
That's like the dream job if you're a pothead.
So the band is said to have helped popularize the term 420. And on December 28th, 1990, a group of deadheads in Oakland handed out flyers that invited people to smoke, quote-unquote, 420 on April 20th at 4:20 p.m. And one ended up with this guy named Steve Bloom. And Steve was a former reporter for High Times magazine.
Is that even around anymore?
Yeah, I believe it is.
I would
Steve.
imagine, God, if it had gone away before all of this, it'd be a crime.
So the magazine printed the flyer in 1991 and continued to reference the number, and soon it became known worldwide, it says here, Steve, worldwide as code for marijuana.
You know what High Times should have done? And if they haven't done it yet, maybe they can, because it's such a good idea, Steve. One of their pages should be smokable.
I think I know the case. I think years ago when it was really a controversial magazine and be on the shelf, didn't they include what they called a roach clip in one of their issues?
No, but like it's a paper,
something like that.
Yeah, it's a paper magazine, like maybe page 4 or page 20.
Right.
You know,
and it's smokable.
Rolling papers or actual marijuana?
No. Like,
but something
like
you
a
can
rolling
roll
paper,
up
like
in.
a blunt wrap, or something that you could roll it into.
I get
and
Acid
smoke that,
magazine and their tabs of acid on it. No, it's. I remember how controversial that. Look, I don't smoke. I don't use the product myself. Yeah, but again, it's another one of these situations where I'm fascinated by it.
Yeah.
I was fascinated by what's the big in Amsterdam. They have the
cannabis cup.
Cannabis cup. There's a documentary about it that is amazing.
I mean, I don't smoke anymore either, but like I did, and it was like sort of ritualistic. I will tell you that like once I started it like kind of like took over. It was like everything to me, and
I have a history with 15. So I said, I grew up. My sister, my uncles, they were all weed smokers. It was around me even before I was a teenager, and I was kind of used to it. But I started around that time, and I have never quit, and I enjoy it. Now I am not the level of some weed smokers.
You're not Doug Benson.
There are people who just smoke it all the time.
Yeah.
And I'm an everyday user, but I am not, and I have my medical marijuana card, but I'm not a, just get baked out of my gourd person.
Preston, the agent who used to book me into colleges and book me around in my early days of stand-up comedy smoked pot the way most people smoke cigarettes, like heavy cigarettes. So he was constantly smoking pot. And I'd have to say to him, is there any effect at this point? And he would say, not really. I mean, that's how much he smoked.
Yeah. I remember maybe it was a decade ago, 12 years ago, we would occasionally have people from Normal on our show talking about making it legal and recognizing it. Essentially, for the most part, those guys have won. I mean, I really find it to be fairly it's not really an issue anymore. If you don't want to smoke, you don't have to. If you do, you have options to do so in most states. And I like that. To me, it's one of those things where like it was being done so much anyway. If you want to smoke legally now, most of the places you can. Even Utah, for crying out loud, there are legal shops.
Do you know what's happening now, though? And I just read an article out of California where the image of I'm a local grower and I'm doing my own. Those businesses are getting swallowed up by corporate.
Sure.
Yeah, the same thing's happening with that industry as well.
It's funny though. I mean, because I don't want to be like super prudy and stuff like that, but I do feel like there's a time and place, and like I don't feel like I should be walking through a cloud of pot smoke as I'm walking into the fashion district of Philadelphia, or walking through a cloud of pot smoke as I'm walking down the boardwalk in Wildwood, and it happens. But at the same time, the pot in New Jersey.
93.3 WMMR.
All right, thank you, Marissa. I just wanted to mention, speaking of the MMRBQ, when I was talking about the warning, the live band karaoke auditions are underway. You can go to PrestonandSteve.com. If you're a singer, if you know a singer, you should either submit yourself or encourage someone that you know who would get a kick out of being on stage in front of a really fired up, supportive audience on the Preston and Steve Show side stage at the MMRBQ. It is coming up May 9th at the Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. And we just need a link to a video that you've created. And you can go through our website and send it to us, and you might be one of the 10 people chosen. Each person chosen gets a 4-pack of tickets to the MMRBQ as well. And you'll be jamming with Sidearm, which is an amazing live band that knows pretty much everything.
They're pretty much the only ones that could pull this off and do it the way they do. It's phenomenal. But I love, Preston, when you see that switch flick that somebody gets up on stage and they're a little cautious. The audience is there for you. Mm-hmm. They know that you're going to have fun. They're going to have fun with you. But to see that happen and that moment on stage where they realize it's happening, it's so cool.
And it happens in a flash, too.
In a flash,
man. It's so quick. It's excellent. So we'd love for you to be a part of it. PrestonandSteve.com to get you the details.
Now, WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, we'll get to this one. I meant to get to this last week, but San Francisco fire crews rescued a woman who was found clinging to the side of a cliff near a place called Cliff House. The local television reporter was in their helicopter over the entire rescue operation. And they first arrived, they spotted a woman in a bikini and no shoes about 70 feet down on this cliff.
Wow.
Yeah.
And
she
it's
was
right near Cliff House.
clinging to the side of it. Firefighters were able to first drop down a rescue cable for the
Were they
woman
fighting over who would get to rescue?
to secure herself. One firefighter then
take the big guy with the hairy back. I'll take her.
Then had to rappel down the cliff and strap a harness and a helmet onto her. And it took a few tense minutes to get moving, but rescue crews were able to walk the woman safely up the cliff. She was placed in an ambulance, and firefighters evaluated her to determine if she needed to be taken to the hospital. It was not immediately known how she ended up clinging to the cliff by Cliff House.
Well, that's a thing.
Yeah.
Cliff clinging. It's a big sport.
All right. A Florida woman who allegedly left her kids alone in an Uber for over 2 hours while she walked around town, and cops' search for her is facing a new child neglect charge. Emily Sabagal faces 2 charges of child neglect. An Uber driver called police after she had allegedly left her kids in the car for more than 2 hours, forcing them to go look for her. The NBC affiliate caught up with the father, and he was none too pleased. He said, "I'm just here to seek justice for my kids. I want prosecution. This has been going on for a long time, and I don't want this to be another slap on the wrist." He is now caring for the children as their mother goes through the legal process.
He's leaving them with Lyft.
So body camera footage captured her arrest, and you can hear an officer say, "You just left your 2 kids in an Uber. We were all over town looking for you. You left your kids for 2 hours." Asked where she was going, Sabagal said she was going home. He said, "So you're just going to leave your kids in an Uber and walk home?" She replied that she wasn't going to walk home, but explained that her situation was, quote, really complicated. The mother went on to say that she doesn't have a car and her phone died, and the kids were with her after she picked them up from a karate class earlier that night. And she stated she didn't know what was going on. But the Uber driver said he picked them up earlier in the night. The woman was holding a cup with what the driver believed to be alcohol. She allegedly kept repeating in Spanish, "He thinks I'm stupid," before she grabbed his phone and canceled the ride. She then gave him $10 and asked him to stop. She got out of the car and just left the kids. She said, "I'll be back in a couple minutes." And left the kids, and then she was gone.
And that's a mom.
And apparently the children seemed unbothered by what was transpiring and even playful. So
they're probably happy to get rid of her.
They're used to mom being nutty. But she's obviously facing some serious charges. Speaking of serious charges, a Wendy's manager in Missouri allegedly shot a customer after an argument at the drive-thru window and then claimed that he didn't fire a gun, even though it was apparently all caught on video. Terrence Phillips.
There's no video.
Stands accused of first-degree assault.
I don't work here.
Kansas City police responded for a shooting at the Wendy's. When they arrived, they found a victim bleeding profusely from the chest. Before he was rushed to the hospital, he said that a man who appeared to be a manager shot him. The victim later told cops that he left his apartment to pick up some food for his family. He pulled in the drive-thru. He said that he was about to order via the intercom, and the employee told him to pull up to the window. The confused victim, who asked for clarification, said he received a rude response, and the bad attitude from Phillips continued when he went up to the window. He received his food and drinks in a drink holder, but when he drove away, the drink spilled. He pulled around to complain to the employees, would not interact with him. He then saw Phillips standing outside. Phillips allegedly pulled out a gun and shot him in the shoulder.
In his defense, they have a sign posted that says, "We reserve the right to shoot you."
Surveillance video from the restaurant showed Phillips walk outside of the parking lot to his car. There was a faint image of a muzzle flash before Phillips walked back to the restaurant, apparently carrying a gun in his left pocket. Officers say they later received a gun from the walk-in freezer. Phillips allegedly explained that he had the victim pull up to the window because they have to cook the chicken fresh when it's toward the end of the night. He said that he gave the victim food and they exchanged words. Phillips said the man returned to the window and started yelling racial slurs at him. Phillips
you don't have to do that.
Said he noticed the hatch on his car was open, so he walked outside to close it. The man drove up to Phillips, who allegedly told him to get the F on. And Phillips said he didn't shoot anybody and doesn't know anything about any gun or why there would be a gun that was recovered in the restaurant either.
You know what has solved all this?
What?
Frosties.
All around.
Can't get angry when the Frosties come out.
Anyway, he's on $1 million bond right now. A handwritten SOS message in the sand helped save 2 stranded Hawaii visitors as flash floods swept across Oahu.
How do you spell SOS?
Where Coast Guard and Navy crews who also rescued 5 people and a dog from a rooftop. The rescue unfolded over several hours as heavy rain from a second Kona low triggered flooding across the island, washing out roads and isolating beachgoers in remote areas. The Weather Service issued a flash flood warning for Oahu as the storm had moved through, and that prompted evacuations. First call came in around 10:25 when personnel at Coast Guard received reports of people stranded in rising water. A Navy MH-60 Seahawk helicopter crew was dispatched, and they hoisted 5 people and a dog from a rooftop. And then hours later, Coast Guard crews spotted a distress signal etched into the sand near Yokohama Bay. You can hear one of the Coast Guard persons saying, one of the guys in the back said, "There's an SOS, mark the position." And he said, "I think I see some people waving." And it led them to Colorado visitors Emma Stasco and Logan Bond. They became stranded after floodwaters overtook the area. And overtook a highway, the only road out of the area. The pair had arrived at the remote beach earlier in the day, expecting to leave before the storm intensified, but their plans unraveled when they lost the key to their rental car. Roadside assistance was unable to reach them. Apparently, the tow truck wasn't able to make it out, and at that point, we knew we were going to get stuck, Bond said. He said he tried to seek help at a nearby Space Force installation, but they turned him away.
No, sorry, we deal with the space.
Nearly a day after getting stranded. So they were there like a whole day.
Yeah.
They wrote SOS in large letters in the sand, and a helicopter that was doing storm assessment saw him, came by, rescued him.
When you were a kid, did you ever write SOS in the sand?
I don't know. Maybe.
I did. I remember clearly. Yeah. And you know what? Since it was on a public active beach, they didn't really respond.
No, you'd think that they would see that there's clearly an emergency.
He must be out of Fudgy Wudgy bars.
All right, one last story, and we'll go with this. A lightning-fast art heist in Parma, Italy saw 4 masked thieves snatch over $10 million worth of masterpieces, including works by Renoir, Cézanne, and Matisse. From a museum in just 3 minutes. The group forced their way into Magnani Rocca Foundation Via and grabbed the paintings from an upstairs room and escaped through the gardens, even abandoning a 4th target after setting off alarms.
They were able to distract the guards by having Yoko Ono perform in the other part of the museum.
Authorities say the operation appeared highly coordinated, and Italy's national police are now combing through surveillance footage to track the suspects, the stolen pieces, including Renoir, a Renoir valued at nearly $7 million alone, by the way. So they were distracted by that.
When you first mentioned Parma, I was more concerned that they stole Parmesan cheese and there'd be a shortage.
That's the foodie in you.
So they have turned the daring robbery into a major international art crime investigation, by the way. So that is what I have in today's Bizarre File. So we'll take a break. We'll get back in a second. And as I mentioned earlier from the Franklin Institute, we have those Universal Theme Park exhibit tickets to give away. And we'll get trash and music news, too. So hang out for a minute.
As legal as people drinking their White Claws on the beach, and I have no problems with that. But I think the difference is like I'm not smelling your...
It's not wafting over.
You don't get a contact buzz from somebody drinking a beer.
Yeah.
And you may not necessarily from somebody from smoking weed. But if you're someone who's in recovery... and you go by and you smell that, you have inhaled a little bit. You know what I mean? And I can see that be concerning, especially for people who've gone through
What about
recovery.
cigarettes, though, man? You've defended people smoking cigarettes out in front of a building in the past.
Yeah, I know, but I love the smell of cigarettes.
Everyone picks their poison.
No, in fact, I haven't. Not out in front of the building. Like, I think, like here at this building or like at a mall or something like that, you need to give them cover, right? Like, when it's raining out, it's not like, oh, tough crap, you stinky, filthy smokers. Like, go smoke in the rain.
Stinky people.
Yeah.
But, so you're talking about make some sort of area where they can congregate.
But not for the pot smokers?
Right outside the entrance?
Well, but you're the one that said it, not me.
Yeah, I'm right out. Okay, first of all, it's not legal in Pennsylvania recreationally, right? Like
in Philadelphia, it is.
Yeah.
Recreationally?
Smoking legally is recreational in Philadelphia. Pennsylvania is odd because it's by municipality in most areas. Smoking weed, as far as I understand it, is allowed in Philadelphia in public.
I don't know.
Let's check that.
It's the public thing that I'm curious about, Nick. I think that you can have small amounts and it's okay, but consumption, there are regulations on when and where you can do that.
Can you be the mayor giving a speech smoking a blunt?
You're the mayor, man. Go for it.
Yeah.
So let me see here. Whether people buy marijuana legally in New Jersey or illegally in the underground market, it's a crime for them to possess, consume, grow, or sell marijuana in Pennsylvania.
Except in certain instances.
Okay. All right. Well, we can.
I know. That's what I'm saying. It's odd. And that's part of the reason why it's still so strange is that there are, it varies from state to state. And not only does it vary from state to state in Pennsylvania, it varies from Philadelphia to Pittsburgh.
And federally, you can still get in trouble for it, even though it's legal.
Oh, they got to shake all this stuff out. What kills me, Preston, is about this the creation of 420 as a thing. There's a good organization attached to a commercial that we run on air that mentions DBH. Do bong hits is what I hear.
Of course.
And that this thing would take off and become the thing from a school playground when DBH was your school thing.
Yep, that was our thing.
Yeah.
And our DBH, we had it written all over our notebooks and stuff,
Our thing in college was, Hendrix, right? So we would, be at a party or whatever. Like, okay, we're going to be at Hendrix at like midnight. All right, meet me at Hendrix. But Hendrix was a gravestone. It was somebody's name. And there was a graveyard next to our fraternity house, and all the way back in the far back of the cemetery.
That's where you guys would congregate?
Right next to this big tree. It was the biggest, and the last name on the headstone was Hendrix. And it was, so when you're talking about DBH and 420, like
these things become lore.
They're these cool little ritualistic things that and it's code, right? Like not everybody knew what Hendrix was, and you could say that, and people knew what you were talking about.
Right.
I think line one might be able to help us.
Yeah, that's where I'm going to go.
Yeah.
I have Mike on the phone, who is a police officer in Philadelphia. Hey, Mike, good morning.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Good. Well, we're a little confused, Mike. That's clear.
But that's par for the course.
Maybe you can help us out here. What's the story with marijuana, smoking it, possessing it in Philadelphia?
So it is recreational use. You can walk down the street and smoke it. It is basically when I'm working in the city and we're driving by and you smell it, it's like, oh, well, that's just the new smell of Philly. So instead of, you get down to the subway when we're working down there and you're like, oh, that's the smell of Philly. But up on the street, it's just the smell of weed everywhere.
Yeah. So I didn't realize that you could smoke it outside. And that is Nick correct in that it's only.
Here's the thing. I'm partially correct. And maybe, Mike, you can expand a little bit upon this. It's decriminalized. However, it's not legal. But I don't know what the difference between decriminalization and legality is.
I mean, realistically, there is no. I'm sure there is a nuance, and if you're caught with it with like a certain amount and it's all bagged up, then it could be. Then it's criminalized. However, it's gotten to the point now where it's so prevalent out there that. There's no point in doing anything about it because of how willing people are to just say, oh, okay, yeah, that's just the way it is.
Yeah, and it's so low level that it's hardly worth the waste of time.
Exactly. Somebody. So the biggest things you get is still federally. It's not, and I'm a federal law enforcement. So even for us, though, we're not touching it because there's no. Nobody's going to touch for a couple joints or a couple, whatever. Yeah. Nobody's going to even mess with it. But if you're flying out of the airport and you have it in your bag, like your carry-on bag, and they do the search, it's getting confiscated. You're not going to go through it because at that point, once you go through, it's a federal building.
That's why you got to pick up the ass buddy for transporting your pods.
Right. I mean,
so they're going to confiscate, but they're not going to arrest you?
Correct. It depends on the amount, though. I mean, you might get like a citation, and like almost like an ROR where they're going to give you a citation for it, depending. But most of the time, they're just going to take it and let you travel on, especially if you have a medical marijuana card.
Yeah.
But they could,
and
right?
There are some nuances with that where, and I'm not, I'll be honest, I'm not 100% privy on it because that's more local level.
Right.
And I know for us, we're not dealing with it unless we're actually finding it by the tonnage or the, big pounds. And then it's like, oh, all right, that's for us.
Hey, Mike, can I ask you a different question? Because I've heard about from people who said they don't want to get a medical marijuana card because then they wouldn't be able to purchase a firearm. It's like you can have one or the other, but you can't have both. Is that?
That is false.
Okay.
False. Okay.
That is false. So I have friends of mine that have the medical marijuana card and also have a Pennsylvania state carry permit. So it is false. It's there's obviously if you get caught carrying and you were smoking and you're high, yeah, there's some implications, right? It's just like drinking. Like even for me as a Fed, I can basically carry anywhere. However, where I can't carry is anytime if I decide to have a drink, right? I'm not supposed to have it on me, and if I do, that's it. It doesn't matter who I am and what I am. It's an automatic. Oh, okay, yep, you're done.
Okay,
right?
So
because that's the implications.
Let me ask you, Mike. So I do a lot of human trafficking, but I want to get a Class C license.
Yeah,
is that going to be an issue?
I mean, it won't be, but what's your address again?
All right, Mike. We appreciate the info. Take care, bud.
No problem. Thanks for talking.
All right, see you later.
Hi, Mike.
All right, we actually have a police sergeant.
There you go.
Who wants to correct a couple of things that Mike may have missed out on. So, and he's in Philly as well. Hey, Joe. Good morning.
Hey, it's just that you look so nice.
That's a great callback.
All right, Joe. We're good, man. So, what's the what can you clear up about this conversation?
Yes, I need to retrain Mike. Mike's pretty close on a couple things. It is not legal. It is decriminalized.
Okay.
Meaning anything less than 30 grams possession, it will be confiscated and you get issued a ticket for $25.
Okay.
If you're smoking it, the ticket is actually $100. But a code violation notice is the same thing we issue for a house with high grass, or if you're like smoking in the entrance of a business because businesses don't allow smoking. It's a ticket.
Okay.
So it's not that big a deal. As long as you pay it, there's no criminal offense. You don't have to disclose anything on a job application.
Okay.
Oh, all right.
That's what I thought. I thought that there was that you can't be just standing out on a sidewalk, on a public sidewalk, just huffing away. I thought that was, if not illegal, some type of a violation.
Yeah, but it's become so prevalent. It's almost become that drinking a beer in a brown paper bag.
Wonderwall Oasis on 93.3 WMMR. 10:15, Thursday morning. Steve, we're well into No Sad Bro as far as your requirements go, or your interpretation goes.
Yeah, I hit it hard at 8 o'clock and haven't stopped. I've never looked back.
Go, go, go.
Yeah.
That's
you're all sad. In fact, I'm shedding No Sad Bro.
Okay. Go, go, go. You're No Sad Bro. Speaking of No Sad Bro, we have No Sad Dough, which is coming up on Monday. It's a return to our cash contest, and we haven't done one of these in a little while, and it's great because we have $5,000 each day. With your chance to win $1,000 of that Monday through Friday. 5 times through the course of each of those days, we will announce a special keyword that will happen for us anyway, as close to 8 and 10 a.m. as we can get them. But a little more diligent are, Matt and Brent and Jackie, noon and 3 and 5 p.m. That will also be happening. Listen up for the keyword, and then you have 3 different ways that you can enter that, and we'll give you 25 minutes to do it. You can do it through the contest page at WMMR.com. You can go through the MMR app on your mobile device, or you can text it to our special contest short code number, which is 45911. We'll remind you of all that when we get going on that on Monday. But a winner is going to get $1,000, and it's sponsored by Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union. So just get yourself prepared, and we'll do that for a number of weeks, and hopefully we will add you to the list of winners, which would be great. Speaking of winners, we have a chance to win some tickets to Universal Theme Park's exhibition at the Franklin Institute. So 4-pack of tickets, by the way. And if you answer this question correctly and get through on the phone lines, you will be our winner. Here it is. What is Rocky's classical music stage name? A little tough to pronounce. But if you heard that, it was around 7 o'clock this morning. All right. What was Rocky's classical music stage name if he was in Amadeus? All right. 610-660-9333. And while you call with that answer, we'll do this.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Get our winner after we get some stories from Steve. What's up, man?
Well, Preston, screen legend Kim Novak saying Sydney Sweeney is too busty to play her in a new movie biopic. Novak says no one is going to pay to see a movie featuring a blonde with huge breasts.
Oh, my God.
Rachel Zegler telling The Hollywood Reporter that she has a new project lined up that might rehab her standing in the film industry. Zegler says now that the disastrous Snow White remake is behind her, she's begun work on a small independent movie where she gives 1,000 hand jobs.
Oh.
You've seen those before. And finally, Kylie Jenner revealing in a recent interview that her precocious 8-year-old daughter, Stormy, has been demanding to know why she's famous. Kylie says she's had to explain to her that no one knows. And that's your Hollywood Trash.
All righty. We'll see if you know the answer to this. Rocky's classical music stage name. And we have a gentleman by the name of Rich who wants to take a shot at this. Good morning to you, Rich.
Hey, sorry to bother you at work.
All right, my man. So what is Rocky's classical music stage name?
That would be Salami Air.
Salami Airy, yeah. You got it. Hang on. We're going to give you that board pack of tickets to Universal Theme Parks, the exhibition at the Franklin Institute. You can explore how theme park attractions like Jurassic World, Minions, and Super Nintendo World come to life through hands-on exhibits. Cutting-edge design and storytelling innovation. You can get your tickets today at fi.edu.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, we'll begin with Weezer. They have released a new single. It's called Shine Again. It's the first taste of what will be the band's 16th studio album and their debut release on Reprise Warner Records. Wow, they've had 16 albums. The song dropped yesterday and arrives alongside the announcement of The Gathering, a 32-date arena tour running September 8th through October 24th. The new album has not yet been given a title or release date yet, but the band said that more details are coming. Shine Again marks a new chapter for Weezer, both musically and in terms of their label home. And the tour announcement suggests a full album rollout is expected before or during the fall run. And that Gathering tour is going to be coming to town, as we've said before, Tuesday, September 29th at Xfinity Mobile Arena. And tickets for that show go on sale tomorrow at 10 a.m. And you can go to WMMR.com if you need information. There was a pre-sale. I don't know what the status of that is now. That's usually the day before, but sometimes it happens a few days before. But you can check WMMR.com for all the details. All right, this is a weird little story. Lindsey Buckingham was the victim of an assault yesterday. The former Fleetwood Mac singer and guitarist was entering a building in Santa Monica, California for an appointment. Now, when I first read about an assault, I assumed somebody punched him or something like that. But a woman allegedly threw an unknown liquid at him before running away. Law enforcement described the assailant as a stalking suspect. In a statement, the LAPD said the Los Angeles Police Department's Threat Management Unit is working with the Santa Monica Police Department to investigate this incident.
They say it was either Sunny D or the purple stuff.
Oh, I hope it wasn't the purple stuff, man.
To protect the integrity of the open and ongoing investigation, no further comment will be provided at this time, they said. Lindsay was uninjured in the attack. No arrests have been reported, though police say that one is expected soon. So I think they know who they're going after.
This person's probably done this or something like this before.
And then finally, a little while ago, we had the owner of Vinyl Chickie record shop in Glenside, Lisa Shaffer, stop by. And she has something really cool that is in conjunction with the Pierre Robert estate. She had procured Pierre's entire vinyl and CD collection and has arranged for his collection to be available for purchase by listeners and fans. Each piece has been checked, cleaned, fairly priced, and includes a commemorative sticker for the outer sleeve as well, which says that it's essentially from Pierre's collection.
As that segment was going on, I was getting some texts coming in, and people are already interested in buying stuff.
Yep. So in addition, some special items will be up for auction with a portion of the proceeds to benefit charity. You can click events at WMMR.com for more information. But the sale is going to start on Saturday, April 18th. So if you want to get the best pickings, you want to go by there that day when they open. And Vinyl Chickie's record shop is at 2256 Mount Carmel Avenue, Unit 2 in Glenside. It's right around from the Keswick Theater.
Yeah.
Lisa also said that you can search for Vinyl Chickies on Facebook, Instagram. You'll find the social media accounts and get a little bit more information. But this is a chance for you, if you were a big, big fan of Pierre, to own a piece of something that was his and that was cherished by him. And especially if there's an artist that you really loved hearing Pierre play, especially on vinyl, maybe you can actually go get that vinyl.
Well, listen, obviously, if you're a Grateful Dead fan and you have one of Pierre Robert's Grateful Dead albums, that's a wonderful keepsake.
Yep.
And even, God, who else? I'm at a brain fart.
Jimmy Buffett?
Jimmy Buffett.
Yeah, this is, Lisa was saying that those were two of the artists that stood out as far as the volume of what Pierre owned. And not just vinyl. Keep in mind there are CDs too. Yep. And like I said, Lisa's gone through everything and made sure that it's all in great shape. It's all in wonderful condition.
And I love the sticker because the sticker is an actual photograph of the day that Pierre was, inducted onto the Philadelphia Walk of Fame.
Yeah. All right, so wanted to pass that along, and be sure to check WMMR.com for more details. All right, that's all we have in music news. We're going to take a quick break, come back in a second, wrap up the show. Letter of the day, word of the week prize. Giving that away tomorrow, but you need today's letter, so we'll come back with it.
MMRBQ 2026. Legends Ride. The all-day party you don't want to miss. Saturday, May 9th at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. Godsmack, Alice Cooper, The Hooters, Everclear. Plus, Des Rocks, Cammy Kehoe, Lilac, Local Shots Opener, The Circus Hearts. For a limited time, a 4-pack of lawn seats is just $144 all in, plus tax at Ticketmaster.com. From 93.3 WMMR, everything that rocks.
Aren't going to chase everybody through the park.
Yeah,
you're on your
it's
porch, or your
situational.
house, or in your car. We're not going to make an issue about it.
Joe, you'd gum up. I mean, if you were to go after everybody, you'd be gumming up. The paperwork alone would be insane going through all that stuff, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I don't think I'd make it 2 blocks from headquarters before I
All right, say, Sergeant, real quick, because I just got another text from my friend who is a state trooper here in Pennsylvania, and he says that guy is absolutely wrong about the medical marijuana card and firearms. He says you absolutely cannot have a medical marijuana card and purchase a firearm in Pennsylvania. He said that is
a firearm or
purchase
concealed permit?
Purchase a firearm.
Your state trooper friend is exactly right. If you have a medical marijuana card in Pennsylvania, it automatically prevents you from being able to apply for and purchase a firearm.
But if you had a firearm first, what if you had a firearm first?
In theory, you're supposed to turn it into the state if you get caught. Now, I imagine nobody's kicking down your door to take your legally purchased firearm because you got a card. But it's probably in your best interest to maybe not disclose.
Wow.
Why is that, though?
Just go visit Jersey more often.
Why is that? What is the reasoning behind that?
Because it's federal. So the state, which is
got it.
when you purchase a firearm, you have to register it with the state.
Right.
When you purchase that firearm, because it's state, it's all submitted to the federal government.
All right.
Where
Got
the
it.
federal government, all marijuana is still illegal.
All right, Joe, let me throw this scenario out to you. Let's say I have a medical marijuana card. I am defending my home. Someone breaks into my house. I have a firearm. I use it. Does that complicate things?
It can and it can't. What you're looking at, I mean, is you can justify the use of deadly force. In theory, I can take my firearm and leave it at my father's house. And if my father used that firearm to defend his property, he violated no law. He was not in possession of that firearm outside the house.
Okay.
Hey, Joe, what about driving under the influence of marijuana? And does that vary from state to state?
It does. And one of the issues in Pennsylvania they've talked about is because we're kind of decriminalizing and there's the medical, when you get pulled over for DUI for alcohol, there's a limit you have to reach. It's 0.08. is the limit of alcohol. If you're below 0.08, you don't get charged with an offense.
Right.
If you have any marijuana in your system, and I believe it can last anywhere from 3 to 7 days, depending on the level. If you have any marijuana in your system, you're automatically charged.
DUI.
Even if it's you smoked weed 2 days ago and you have trace amounts, because that they test for, I think there's a doctor in court who does this part, but I always look at his sheets. They test for THC, and I think it's delta hydrocannabinoid 9 or something. And when they test for all of that, as long as it shows up in the system, you're charged with 3802D, which is the drug offense.
So you're just like a bad driver on a certain day, and you just do a dick move as you're driving. But if they test for it, and it could be a couple of days old, they'll charge you with that under the influence.
Yeah, it's one of the things that they've been talking about addressing, because you can leave the bar and you're at 0.06, you're free to go home, but you have that little bit of marijuana and we smell. Up on the drug test.
So and it's the weird thing, Joe, and we talk about this because there's so many from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, from state to state. The lack of parity, and again, I was reading an article in the paper about how it's hard to really, at the time of arrest, determine how far along someone is if they've smoked a lot of pot.
Yeah, they need to refine the testing process, but you would think that would have been done by now. Because it's been around for a long time.
One of those things that decriminalization happened so fast, and it was essentially, look, we're just going to, because it was a Philly thing. It was, we're no longer going to arrest for it. We're just going to issue tickets.
Right.
But the state is the one that makes the determination on criminal and motor vehicle code violations, and they have not caught up.
Okay.
So, all right. Can you have a medical marijuana card and a fishing license?
I think
They're still working on that.
Hey, the firearms thing, is that nationally or is that just in the state?
He was saying it was federal.
But
so the firearms, it's all submitted federal, so they still fall under federal guidelines. Not every state has a medical marijuana program.
Okay, got it.
That's still local.
Okay.
They're still state by state.
All right, Sarge, thanks for the info, man. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, have a good one, guys.
All right, you too.
I'd be the worst. But my brothers are all both law enforcement. I'd be the worst at it. What code is this again?
Yeah.
I forget the Miranda rights, all that stuff. I'd be the worst.
Wow.
I mean, I couldn't even umpire a softball game.
Could you imagine going into a drug
rules.
bust? I thought you said go into the bag.
Is this infield fly rule?
Thank you for saying that, because the umpire yesterday missed 2 infield fly rules, and we were losing by like 1,000 runs. I'm like, please just give us these outs.
Real quick, one of the funniest moments of my life was watching my father try to explain to my mother the infield fly rule. And it took about an hour and a half, and she still doesn't understand it. But boy, did my brothers enjoy the process.
Well, it seems like all this has a multitude of infield fly rules.
Seriously.
People try to hash out, Nick.
It's confusing.
Yeah.
It is. But, I mean, things have lightened up so much. If you look back, 25 years ago as opposed to now and where things are. I mean, me as a user, I love it. I think it's great.
You're so right, though, Press, because years ago, I remember he smokes pot.
I know. Or if I were to mention it on the air, would have been, even just a couple of years ago, would have been really taboo.
And now we have advertisers.
Yeah.
Bill walks around toking all day.
I still think of it that way, though, a little bit. Like, I'm like, oh, yeah, he's a pot smoker.
My romance with weed is I can remember back to my teenage years, like really good bags specifically of pot that
Play
I
some
would
Journey
get.
faithfully.
And just I hold these great little memories. Now, I also did some really stupid stuff while being high throughout the years, especially in those earlier days, because when you first start trying it, it's augmented in its effect. I mean, and of course they have strains now that'll still get me baked out of my mouth. One of the highest I've ever been, and I'm not going to retell the story here because I've told it 1,000 times, was when we went to Hawaii.
Oh, yeah.
And went to this couple's house, and I smoked some local stuff, and I'm like, I am so high. I couldn't believe it.
Pierre's mentioned that over the years about how now they can be more specific and the strains are more powerful. And,
oh my God.
And our good friend of ours, Steve McLean, I guess he took a gummy or something at a wedding.
Yeah, it was a gummy. It was an edible, and he had a reaction.
And just said, let's try
had
this.
to go to the hospital.
Well, had to be brought out on a gurney.
When I went to my very first meeting as soon as I got my medical card and went to a dispensary, and I met with the pharmacist who sat me down to walk me through the process. it's funny because he goes, all right, so, just to find out what your tolerance level is, he goes, what you do is you take a hit of this, and he goes, and you wait 15 minutes and see how you feel. And he turns to me and he goes, and really wait 15 minutes. Like a real 15 minutes. Because the mistake everybody makes, especially with edibles, is they take this half hour, 45 minutes later, they're like, I'm not feeling anything. Let me take another one. And then
they're gone.
They didn't realize that it takes an hour and 15 minutes for one. I Alone from live on MMR. Everything That Rocks. Preston and Steve show. And a Thursday morning edition coming to a close. We get ourselves prepped for No Sad Bro and Friday and weekend and all those beautiful words that we love. Today has been one hell of a fun show. We had a nice little variety here today.
We acted smart today.
Yeah, we were smart. And I would like to thank the following people who...
I can handle things, I'm smart!
Who made the program what it was. Thank you to Lisa Shaffer for stopping by.
Yeah.
She is selling the Pierre Robert album collection or vinyl collection, like I said earlier this morning. You can go to WMMR.com, and it is available for purchase beginning on... And even point out it's record store day.
It's record store day.
When that starts.
Yeah.
So that's on the 18th. So all the details at WMMR.com. Also, thank you to Derek Pitts.
Yeah, man.
From the Franklin Institute. We talked about the Artemis launch yesterday and all questions that Steve had about the solar system.
I had so much. And we could still have gone for another hour.
We could have.
I mean, so many questions.
And we did a review on Project Hail Mary because I turned him on to the book.
Right.
And so it was always great. It was great, and it always is when we have Derek Pitts on. Stop by the Franklin Institute sometime. It's just a wonderful thing that we have in Philadelphia that we may not take advantage of.
Because knowledge is good.
Knowledge is good. And then we had the Philadelphia Classical Guitar Society with prodigy Ana Vidović here, and she performed live for us. She was along with Dr. Eric Zilmer, who's the president of the Philadelphia Classical Guitar Society, and Jordan Peterson, who is the artistic director of the group as well. They've got events that are coming up. There's a concert that is sold out for Ana on the 18th, unfortunately, but on the 19th, she's hosting a master class. And you can go and you can buy tickets for that at phillyguitar.org.
Imagine if you're kind of into any sort of level of guitar playing, and you have a world caliber guitarist.
And she is so sweet.
She's very sweet.
Mm-hmm. She was really,
Just
really
bring a
nice.
banana.
Yeah, so Anna Banana.
Anna Banana.
Our gal. So it was awesome. Hi, Matt.
She was great.
Yeah, right?
And I tried to figure out what kind of accent that was.
Croatian.
She was Croatian.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, because I heard her before I saw her.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, okay.
She was speaking like this.
Yeah, and she did yesterday, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was just beautiful.
Isn't that like the most covered song in
At one point, I know it was.
the most? Yeah.
I don't know now, but yeah, yesterday the most recorded covers had been made from that song. Yeah.
And you would think it's a hard song to do.
Yeah.
Well, the way she did it again, and pointed out that it was almost as if the song had started at 3 different times, and they were sort of weaving in and out of each other.
Yeah.
But it was just terrific.
And she doesn't even look at the strings when she's playing.
She's in her own world.
Yeah.
Man. Yeah. It's pretty amazing.
She's eating a banana.
The whole time.
Exactly. And a banana.
You ready to let her?
Yes.
All right, here it is.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
The Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by The Letter.
K as in Caius.
Caius.
No.
Remember that band?
No.
I think they were Queens of the Stone Age before Queens of... Zach, where are you?
Oh.
Some of the same members?
Yes.
Ryan's giving the thumbs
Is
up.
that right,
over
Ryan?
there.
Yeah, Ryan.
Yeah.
All right, we'll take his word for it. All right, we are going to give away tomorrow a 10-mile stock car racing experience on the Super Speedway at Pocono Raceway. Don't give another boring gift. You put somebody special behind the wheel of a heart-pounding 160-mile-per-hour stock car at Pocono Raceway. The gift vouchers are available at 877stockcar.com. All right, what's happening today?
All right, we have Lame Ass Trivia coming up at 11:40. More tickets for AC/DC at the link. It's Thursday, so D Student Trivia at 1:40. Papa John's $50 gift card. Would you like one of the questions today?
Sure.
Yeah.
What is the most consumed fruit in the United States of America?
The most
Banana.
consumed.
And a banana.
Hey!
You know, question number 3. And Pierre's vinyl cut today, the Circle Jerks.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
No, I'm kidding.
Oh, no, come on. I actually saw the Circle Jerks and the Descendants with Pierre last year at the factory. And they're in town tonight.
Oh, they are?
I think so.
Oh, I just pulled it out as a joke. Because I have Roxy Music as the
Roxy Music.
But
is
maybe
great.
we have to do
now.
that.
I think you have to play.
I don't know any.
Jerks.
Is there?
What's a hit?
Marcus was telling me
yesterday.
The first time he stage dived was at a Circle Jerks concert
Is that
in
right?
Denver
And
in
Marissa,
82.
I don't know my Circle Jerks, but are there lyrics okay to play?
Yeah, that's another thing, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if any of these songs could be played.
Read some of the titles.
It's Teenage Electric, Anxious Boy, 22, Shining Through the Door, I Want to Destroy You, Sinking Ship, Brick, Fable, Dog, Gray Life, Exhaust Breath, and Career Day. See, it's all positive.
Yeah, it does sound
Look at that
great.
album
Yeah.
cover. That's a still from the movie Freaks, the Todd Browning movie Freaks.
Wow, yeah.
You saw them with Pierre?
We did. We went to the Descendants and Circle Jerks. He really enjoyed the Descendants.
Where was that?
At the factory.
Oh.
Yeah.
What year?
Maybe 2 years ago
Okay.
at this point, but they're in town this Saturday at the TLA.
Okay. Well, we're going to do Roxy Music. All right. Brian Ferry, Love is a Drug. I know there's no curse words to that.
No.
And it's a great song.
And Pierre was a huge fan of Roxy Music.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
All right, well, let me thank the sponsors. Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Duncan. And the Preston and Steve Show runs on Duncan. Also brought to you by Camelback Mountain and Adventure Waits at Camelback Resort. Skiing and tubing are open until April 12th, camelbackresorts.com. And finally, also brought to you by Wild Fork, your neighborhood meat and seafood market. Unbeatable quality, even better prices. Tomorrow is, of course, No Sad Bro. We know that. We'll do a little check-in with our friends at 6 ABC. Comedian Dustin Nickerson will be in our studio. We'll have the connoisseur, and we'll give stuff away. It's going to be a good time. Yes, that's it. We are done. Rage on. Have yourself a great day in the morning, and we'll see you tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.